Hey guys, well, Ashley's here. She's going to give our presentation. So you ready, Ashley? You want me to share the screen now, or you want to talk to the audience? How do you want to do it?
Um, I just want to talk to the audience, I guess, quick
Okay,
and
go
maybe give
ahead.
it a minute for a couple people to come in too. Um, Hi,
Oh, you
I'm
want me
Ashley.
to share the link or no?
Um, you mean to come in?
Yeah, because you said you're waiting for people to come in. You mean in the outside chat?
Yes, yeah, to come into
Okay,
the show, and maybe get
okay,
the notification and maybe click on it.
all right.
Um, okay, so I'm Ashley, and I am going to be talking about the kingdom of God today. It's one of my favorite subjects. And today we're going to be talking about Genesis 1:1 and 1:2, and looking at what people how they exegete it, how they believe it to be true. There's a couple different theories on Genesis 1:1 and 1:2 of what it means exactly. We're going to look into some of those. We're going to, of course, talk about the kingdom, and we're going to talk about the kingdom um, before man was created, and we're going to talk about Satan and his kingdom. Um, that we're going to kind of go backwards in time today. It's going to be different than what other people, what you've heard so far. And maybe not. Maybe you have heard some of this stuff before, but hopefully I'm going to teach you something new today, and that would be fantastic. So I just also wanted to thank the Layman Seminary for allowing me to do this. I put a lot of time into my presentation today. I'm going to use Canva, and Canva is like an educational platform, kind of like it's like putting like Word or Google Docs and slides and presentation and oh like the other ones where you can make pamphlets and stuff like that. It's like kind of like putting that all in one into one app. It's kind of neat. It's new, so um, it's really popular with teachers right now. So it is pretty cool. So I'm going to try to use that today. It's my first time presenting with Canva, and I hope you guys like it. Let me know if you do, if you like it, more than looking at a PowerPoint presentation. Trying to make it more interesting for the audience, better visuals and stuff like that. You can embed videos and create charts and do all kind of stuff, like, and just stick it all in one. So I like that about it. You don't need to use a bunch of different interfaces.
Look what Quad said. He's at Schaefer with me, and he's in the Christian framework class. So
Yeah.
he's kind of been digging into some of this stuff, and he has
Yeah.
a lot of learning in other areas. But you didn't even look what he said. You're about
I
to
know.
teach again.
Yep.
So, all
I'm going to talk
right,
about that.
okay.
All
Are you
right.
ready to share your screen?
I am. Yes.
Okay,
Do I need to do it again?
you're
Or
good.
you share? Okay. All right. All right. There we go. I can see it. Okay. So I had to pray about this because I feel like I'm going to get attacked from some of my young Earth creation friends because I'm a scientist. I'm not technically a scientist. I'm a teacher, but my degree is in biology. So, um, science is actually very important to me. I love the field of science, and um, you know, I did I didn't subscribe completely to evolution to the point to where I believe that I came from monkeys. Um, but it is honestly what they teach in public schools. That's where they're getting at that you came from a monkey and everything. And I never really subscribed to that, but I could definitely see that things changed over time, and that really bothered me And that, it really does. Things change over time. Now, do things change into something else? I don't know. And we didn't know that. We don't know that for sure. We can't tell. But based on the Bible, and the information that we have in this book, we could definitely say that things don't change, like from a bird to a dinosaur, or a dinosaur to a bird, or a fish to a reptile, or a fish to amphibian to reptile. Like, I can definitively say that we have no evidence for that. Now, we absolutely have evidence for things changing on like a micro evolutionary line. So yeah, absolutely, things change over time, between, and we can make things happen very quickly if you do, breeding, selective breeding, like we do with dogs and stuff like that. Look how many breeds we've created in just a very short amount of time. So species can change very rapidly if you push them to. They have pretty amazing limits, but they do have limits, as in we can't go from one type of animal, one species, to a completely different. And their excuse would always be, well, you can't see evolution. You can't see evolution. Um, yeah, this happens over such a long period of time. Okay, and I didn't mean to go into this whole evolution spiel, but I just want to make it very, very clear that I am not an evolutionist. I don't believe in evolution. And if I did, it would be in microevolution of things, species changing within itself. So yes, I just need to say that up front, because I know that I'm going to get it from my young earth creation friends for teaching this lesson, and I'm kind of nervous about it. So here we go. So, is the earth young or old? Here we go. Oh, so what if the answer to is the earth young or old is simply yes? Is the earth young? Yes. Is the earth old? Yes. Okay, so the answer is yes to both. And I actually asked this in a debate, in Donnie's debate the other day. I asked this question in the chat, and they were like, that's just preposterous. How could it possibly be? So that's just crazy talk, basically. They said they couldn't even fathom of how that could happen. So we're gonna talk about how that could actually happen today. And my picture is gone. Where'd it go to? Sorry, guys. Does that make you dizzy when I do that? Is it really bad?
If you
I
do it
don't
a
know.
whole lot, it will be.
Hey, I'm sorry.
It's all
I
right.
wanted to show you
You're good.
my thumbnail. I wanted to show you my thumbnail, and I put the picture in this before I started, and now the picture is not there. So I'm kind of upset. So PB asked, what in the world is that picture? Like, what's that supposed to be?
Oh,
The
okay. Yeah.
thumbnail.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, okay. So the thumbnail, without me actually looking at it and being able to show you, which I really want to do, and I don't know why it didn't save, but it just didn't. You know what? It's because I did it on my other computer, and it must not have,
It's all
like,
right. I can bring it. I'm gonna bring it up on my computer.
excellent. It's not there on that one either. Man.
Give me. It's all right. No problem. All right. I'm gonna share on my screen. All right. There you go. Explain away.
All right, hold on. I don't see it yet. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So this is Bing's bingcreate.com. You can do AI, like, generated pictures. This is Bing's AI's idea, like picture form idea of when I typed in for it to create a picture of me. I typed in the septenary structure of the Bible, and I typed in Satan's kingdom and his fall, and then I typed in God creating Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden as king and queen. So it showed me all these, and I didn't even say anything about demonic beings, but like these demon creatures all over and around Satan. And apparently Satan has a pitchfork and wings. Of course, yeah, Satan does have wings. Okay, it put wings on Jesus. I'm assuming that's Jesus and maybe God behind him. I don't know what this is for sure. It's kind of funny. But yeah, it had wings on what I assume to be Jesus, because Jesus is actually holding a set of keys. So you would think that's got to be Jesus, right? And behind the king and queen, like of Adam and Eve, is Leviathan, I believe. I didn't type in anything about Leviathan, but that's definitely Leviathan. I kind of covered it up. And all these the beings, I guess, that Satan must have created. So then, God destroying the earth and then reforming it after, Satan sinned and corrupted, I don't know, tried to create his own creatures. I don't know. But it's a wild picture to look at. Okay, you can go ahead and put me back in.
Yeah, it's funny that he asked if you were my sister, and you do kind of look like my sister. But anyway, I say now you're my sister in Christ. All right, so let's see here. Stop sharing screen. Add the stage. All right, do your thing.
Do I have to share again?
No, you're showing the cloud screen
Okay.
right now.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so every time I change pages, I got to kind of like reorient myself here.
Let me switch to this layout. See how you like that. Where we're at the bottom and rather than the side.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, that might give you a little bit more room. All right, go ahead.
Okay. All right. I'm just looking, seeing how it's showing up. Yeah, that's actually pretty big, especially on my phone. Okay, so here's the chart, the structure of the Word of God. So beginning with Genesis 1:1, okay? And then, of course, Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And Genesis 1:2, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. Okay, so in Genesis 1:1 and 1:2, I'm proposing that there's not necessarily that. Okay, so I'm going to talk about three different theories. And the gap theory is one of them. But one of them, you don't have to subscribe to a gap theory, and the other one states that basically like stuff happened before even Genesis. It's like before Genesis, people believe. Okay, so there's three different ways to look at this. Okay, so if you think about this, who was the very first person or thing or being to sin? And the answer is not Eve or Adam, it's Satan. Okay, so in I believe this is Isaiah. I just pulled, okay, no, it's John 8:44. So it says that year of your father, the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth. When he spake a lie, he spaketh his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. Okay, so being the father of lies, or the father of iniquity, basically he was the first to sin, the first to exalt himself. And then there's the verse from, I thought I put the verse from Isaiah in there, where it says like he wanted to exalt himself above the thrones of heaven and be like the Most High. So his first sin is pride and puffing himself up. And what better way to be like the Most High than the God's ultimate power is creation and the Creator. So I believe that Satan really tried to create. That was one of his biggest sins, that he wanted to just create his own beings, his own race, his own family, maybe even, because I don't, who knows why he would want to do the things that he did, but so that's what we're going to talk about today. So and then in Genesis 1:3, okay, that's when we start to see, after Satan and his kingdom was ruined, so he had his own kingdom, the earth, and it was ruined because of his sin. Okay, so God did not allow him to do whatever he did. Okay, so we know that he's still the God of this world. He definitely had his own kingdom, and this earth was it, or was part of it. And something happened, and it tells us in Isaiah that he exalted himself. He wanted to be like the Most High. So we see some evidence in the Bible for a ruin of creation before the flood, and people tend to interpret those as the flood. And it seems like it's not exactly the flood of Genesis 6. It seems like it's something different. So we're going to look more into that. Okay, so after the earth was ruined, because God, that's in Genesis 1:2, the earth was without form and void. And we're really going to look hard at that verse and the words in it and what they mean. Then God restores the earth and creates the new animals and everything on each day in a 6-day, I believe, literal creation, a 6-day creation. On the 6th day, he created man, Adam and Eve, just like it says. Okay, and then in the 7th day, he rested. But this whole structure right here is incredibly important and will play a huge role in how you interpret, and read your Bible. And then eventually one day sin eradicated. Okay, so we see sin 2 times with Satan first and his kingdom and the fall of his kingdom. And then Satan coming in. He was already in the garden. He was created before the earth was restored. That's why in that verse it says that the angels were, rejoicing at the foundation of the world when it was set. They were rejoicing, with God. So obviously, they were created before. But a lot of people say that no, they had, well, they're created beings, so they have to be in one of these 6 days: day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6. Which one is it? Well, we know that it would have to be, like, they try to say it's like day 1, because they say it was day 1, because then the earth was kind of created, like brought the mountains up out on day 2. So they see that as like the earth and the foundations being laid. But that's, the earth is technically old and young at the same time. I don't believe when God destroyed the earth the first time, when Satan sinned, I don't think it was like blown into oblivion or something, or like it's gone completely. I believe that he restructured it and restored it, a restoration of the earth. And I believe, honestly, there very well could have been another flood, a big flood that covered the entire earth also. So that's, that's kind of hard for people to swallow. And you're not just going to, take my word for it. You're going to want to see some proof of this. And I'm going to try to do that tonight for you. Okay. So also, okay, so the earth was restored after the fall of Satan for man to rule in Genesis 1:26 and 28. That's like some of the most important verses in the Bible for us, because it shows us our dominion and our rulership and what we were created for, why we were created, the purpose for our very being here. That, so we are basically Adam and Eve was created. They are a son of God. Okay, so they were sons of God, just like the angels are sons of God. Um, but we are technically not created beings. We were begotten or born, like us. Adam and Eve were the only ones that were created. So that's pretty interesting to know. Okay, so the most important verses. And God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness and let them have dominion. Okay, so that dominion means rulership, reign. Like it's like a kingdom language. You're looking at control, like a governmental control over the next items that are listed: the fish of the sea, over the fowl of the air, over the cattle, and over all of the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. Okay, so then if you go down to verse 28, and God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. Okay, so if you look at that word subdue in the Greek and like what it really means, and you looked at it where it was in other places in the Bible, so it's talking about conquering, like forcefully conquering. One of the words that they used it for was when it was talking about rape. So like, to be subdued. So it's very a vivid word, like you take over and you conquer and subdue. Okay, and you're going to have dominion over it. He said it twice: dominion over the fish of the sea, over the fowls over the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. So first he said over the entire earth, and then he said over all the animals too. Okay, so that's what we were created for. We were created as the Son of God, okay, to rule and reign and to replace Satan and his rule in his kingdom, because God needed a new ruler, okay, because Satan had fell and all of his angels. So he recreates the earth.
Ashley, I'm going to be putting comments up there, but if it's not to you, don't worry about it, all right? I'm
Okay,
just interacting.
I actually can't see. I can't see me or anything. Like, so
Okay. All
when
right,
you
good. So
when
it
you
won't distract you. All right, good.
yeah.
All
Okay.
right.
Some may wonder why the earth itself was cursed when man fell. It's because man was created for the sole purpose of ruling the restored material creation, which is earth. We are inseparably linked with the material creation. Okay, so we were created with this earth for the purpose of ruling it. Earth was restored with the goal of man holding the scepter, not Satan. Therefore, when man fell, the entire restored creation was cursed. Glory be to God for connecting us to the material creation. If he had not, we would be in the same exact position as the angels are today, in a ruined material creation with no means of restoration, salvation, redemption. So glory be to God for our inseparable link to our restored material creation. So now, according to the established pattern set forth in Genesis 1:1 through 2:3, chapters 2 verse 3, God is currently working another 6 days to restore his ruined creation. First, man will be restored, then the material creation will be restored after man. So you can look at Romans 8:21 for that. So I'm pretty sure everybody would agree that, like, we are restored once, the rapture happens, or whatever you believe. It doesn't matter what you believe, but when Jesus comes back, basically we're restored, and then the earth gets restored after that. I don't think I would get too many people arguing about that. Okay. So if you look at the septenary structure, the septenary structure has to do with basically the 6 literal day creation. So this is God restoring the earth in 6 days and then resting on a 7th day, setting up an entire structure that he structures his word around based on the 6 days and then seventh day rest. Okay, I think everybody agrees that the Sabbath day is incredibly important and was very, very important, especially in the Old Testament. And some people, it's not like, like I worship God on Sunday, but I basically worship God every day. The Sabbath day was very important. There's not very many people that would argue with that also. Okay. So there's different ways that you can look at this structure, and you can see it throughout the Bible. So in the first, he sets up this structure in the very first chapter, chapter, a little bit of chapter 2 also. And then every single other time you see it, it's like basically getting added to and added to and added to. He adds more information and more information for us. And he kind of uses this structure throughout. Okay, so what does that mean? Oh, sorry. Forgot I gotta click. I think I got all that page. See, you can zoom out, and this thing can zoom out like almost infinitely, but that's pretty small right there. But I can zoom in as much as I want to. So this thing is pretty cool. I like it.
Would you be willing to give tutorials on how to use Canva on this channel? Like,
Yeah.
show people how you can make charts or Bible studies or, whatever, just basic
Yeah.
stuff. Because I would
Yeah.
like to learn how to use it.
It's so cool. Okay. So let's see. I'm going to go in a little bit here and go over just this chart right here. This is kind of what we just went over. Okay, so in the heavens, God created, or in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Genesis 1:1. We had a perfectly ordered universe already, the heavens and the earth. It says that he created the heavens and the earth. Okay, so then in Genesis 1:2, we see sin entering, a ruin of God's perfect creation. The earth was without form and void. Okay, so basically, chaos, the world, because that's what the without form basically means. Also, a synonym would be chaos. And darkness was on the face of the deep. Okay, so the darkness they see as sin entering, and there's a ruin of this perfect creation because of sin entering, just like it did in the garden, with us. Okay. In the present, right now, so God created the earth in 6 days, okay, and then on the 7th day he rested. So right now we are in the 6 days. Okay, so we're in the 6th day. We're waiting for the 7th day. The 7th day is the day of rest. It is the millennial kingdom. It's the 1,000-year reign of Jesus ruling with a rod of iron. It's where we will get our rewards in heaven. It's where we will inherit the kingdom and rule with Christ. So this is what we're looking forward to. This is where the kingdom comes down to earth. Okay, so we will actually be part of God's kingdom again, kind of like restoring what was during the Garden of Eden. So that's what we're kind of looking forward to. And then looking forward even more into the future to where sin is completely eradicated and we get the new heaven and new earth again, back to the beginning, to where it was perfectly ordered in Genesis 1:1, restoring it over time, because we know there's a millennial period and then Satan's loose. So there's another kind of period in there where Satan's loose. And then finally, where Jesus hands the kingdom back over to his Father, and everything's perfectly ordered again. All enemies are under his footstool. Okay, so that's kind of the big picture overall, huge picture of like what the Bible is talking about. So, were there possible prior ages, even before before Satan? I don't know. We don't know. God doesn't tell us that. He is silent on that issue in the Bible. Now, there was a previous age that the Bible's not silent about, and that's Satan's kingdom and Satan's rule. So this is before man was even created. So I said we can call it Satan's kingdom or an angelic age. It started out perfect, where God's sons, the angels, rule, and this creation became ruined through pride and sin. Okay, now we're in the present age, creation of another son. Okay, so God created another son. So the angels are sons. So Adam and Eve were sons and daughter, of course. This is man's age. Okay, so it follows the structure set forth in Genesis: 6 days, then a day of rest. So 6,000 years. So because as to God, a day is 1,000 years. Okay, that's in Peter, I believe. I think it's like 2 Peter, 1 Peter. I'm not sure. And then the future age, the kingdom age, the 1,000 years. So that's another age. Okay. And then are there future ages to come? We know for sure there's another one after that. We don't know if there's multiple ones or not, because, God's kind of silent on that. Notice that the ages are not defined by a set amount of time, because like the age in the kingdom is 1,000 years. But right now we're in man's age, and that's lasting like a 6,000 year period. How long was Satan's kingdom before that? We don't know. It doesn't tell us. And were there previous ages? But not all ages have a same amount of set time. Okay. And that's also, if you look at the definitions of ages, it'll tell you that too. It's not a set amount of time for every single time you see the word ages. But the word age is defined by time. Okay. With a beginning, a strict beginning, and a strict end. No matter what, an age, if you're talking about an age, you have to have some type of defined beginning and end to that age. Okay, let's look at the original languages and take note that eternity and everlasting is the opposite of an age. It has no beginning and no end. So this is really
Ashley,
interesting. Yeah.
1 second. This person, Sarah from Westport, says, "Is this the millennialist heresy?" Well, I'm premillennial. She's premillennial, but this particular view that she's presenting is within premillennialism. But if you're calling premillennialism heresy, then formally debate me on it, because I just had a debate with Scott Clem. Premill blesses all millennialism. Okay, we return to our regularly scheduled programming.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so this is very interesting to know that that our Bibles were translated from an original language. So like the Old Testament was mainly Hebrew, and the New Testament was mainly Greek. So those two main languages, but we have other languages in there also. When you look at the word for everlasting, Ion and Ionius, it can also mean, actually, I'm just going to read you for like word studies from Marvin Vincent and what he says. He's like a scholar. So basically, instead of just taking my word for it. But the first thing I want to say is Ion is not everlasting. So I can prove it. If I did, there would be no plural word for the word Ion. If Ion was everlasting, you wouldn't have that as a plural word, everlastings, because everlasting is everlasting with no amount of time. Okay, but if you look at the word Ion and Ionius, they're set and defined by a period of time. And time is the opposite of everlasting. Time is the opposite of eternity, because eternity is outside of time. So we can't define eternity by time. Okay, so this was written in one of Arlen Chitwood's books. The two main Greek words translated eternal in English texts. And he actually took this information from Marvin R. Vincent's 4-volume set, Word Studies in the New Testament. I have it in Logos. If anybody wants to check it out, like afterwards, and actually, confirm that he says this in his work. And I actually did. I went into his work and made sure that this was in here, and that Chitwood didn't just like make it up. He didn't. It's there. But he did say some editing of the original printed text has been done to produce a better clarity and easier read. So that's one of the reasons why I went and made sure that it said what it's supposed to say, because he changed it just a little bit because Marvin Vincent was, from a while ago. I believe I don't want to say, I think it's probably around the like 1900s, maybe 1930s or something like that. Maybe they wrote just a little bit different. But he said, Marvin Vincent, he said that there's really no word for eternal or everlasting in the Greek text of the New Testament, nor is there one in the Hebrew text of the Old Testament. With olam, the main word usually translated eternal or everlasting. So that's the Hebrew word olam. And as will become evident from our correct understanding of Ion and Ionius, these two words have not only often been mistranslated, causing confusion, but a correct translation is at times quite difficult. The latter can only be true because there are no words in the English language which exactly correspond to these words in the Greek text. Context must always be the determining factor in any translations of these words. And many times in the New Testament, since ages are often being dealt with, both words can often be understood in this respect. So, for example, note the later part of Luke 18:30, where both Ion and Ionius appear, and where contextually in verses 18 through 29, an inheritance in the kingdom to be realized in the coming age is in view. Thus, this part of the verse should be properly translated, and in the age or ion to come, age lasting or Ionius life. And in like manner, the question asked in the introductory verse of this passage, verse 18, should be translated, Good Master, what shall I do to inherit age lasting Ionius life? Eternal life, often used in translations of this verse, is not inherited. It is a free
Ashley,
gift. Yes.
1 second. Too far gone. Unfortunately, you can't time him out just because he's being self-righteous. So I just want to let you know that. You said you're going to do that. Maybe you were joking, but you can't do that. All right, go ahead, Ashley.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't care if you disagree with me. There's going to be lots of people that disagree. So, I mean, as long as you're not like, cussing each other out, doing anything totally inappropriate, I'm totally fine with you having a different view. As long as you're not being disrespectful and rude and disruptive and stuff like that, and just trolling. Like if you want to have an actual conversation, like, I'm totally up for that. But if you don't want to, if you're all millennial or whatever, like debate Charles. Okay. So, in a like manner, so I'm going to start read this one sentence again. So it says, and in like manner, the question asked in the introductory verse of this passage, verse 18, should be translated, Good Master, what shall I do to inherit age-lasting or Ionius life? Which is what, and it says eternal life, often used in translations of this verse, is not inherited. It is a free gift, Ephesians 2:8 and 9. One must be a child of the owner to be in line for the inheritance, Romans 8:17. As set forth at the outset in the first 34 verses of Genesis, Scripture deals with a time, 7,000 years of time, from the creation of Adam to the end of the Messianic kingdom. And within these 7,000 years, two ages are dealt with. You have man's day, which was what we're in right now, the 6,000 years. Okay, mirroring or mimicking or a picture of or the antitype of the 6-day creation. Okay, so lasting 6,000 years, and then the Lord's Day lasting 1,000 subsequent years. So that's two different ages, man's day, the Lord's Day. Scripture has very little to say about time existing both before and after the 7,000 years. And accordingly, Scripture deals centrally with time comprising two ages, not with eternity. Reflecting on the Spirit's use of olam in the Old Testament and Ion and Ionius in the New Testament, words referencing time, not eternity. So it's very clear in all of the dictionaries that they have, it, it has something to do with like a beginning and an end is part of time. Okay, so my big point is that eternity is not part of time, it is outside of time. It has no time, it has no time dimension to it. So therefore, it's not technically the proper word to use. Now, you do see it in scripture. The best way that they can represent time, like never ending time, forever and ever and ever, which would be like, you couldn't even define it like that, even because it's literally outside of time, and our brain has so much trouble comprehending that, to be outside of time. Like, wow, I don't know what that would even be like. I have no idea. Right? So if you are outside of time, that's eternity. Eternity has no time to it. So therefore, using a word that has to do with time is kind of hard to do. So what they do in the Bible is they'll use it twice. They'll do like Ion and or Ionius or something like that. They'll put it together twice in a row, meaning from the ages to the ages. And every single time it's done like that in the Bible, meaning like eternal, it's talking about God and his, like everlasting, eternal properties. So that's a really interesting study to do and see where it's like it's used doubly, and then it's talking about God.
Without going into the details of this, just as far as about the Dublin, this Gen Z's using it now. There's a song on the radio right now. Maybe it's Usher. I don't know. It says something like, "I'm not saying we're good, but we're still good." You
Yeah.
know, and you hear people like that. Oh, you're married. Or people will.
Yes,
Uh,
you're.
so
Yeah.
yeah, we kind of gone back to that. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and that's how they use, and how our brain, and especially since we don't have a word, they didn't have a word for it in the Greek or in the Hebrew. That's how they represented eternity, is using it twice. So one big thing, if you just have the word used one time in scripture, I like Ion or Ionius, there's actually a plural form of it in the Greek. So, if you think about it, if that every time that word was seen, if it really did mean eternity, then there would be no plural form of that word. There couldn't be, because there is no eternities, and everybody knows that. So just the fact that there's a plural form of it should give you pause and really make you think, like, why is there a plural for a word that's supposed to mean eternity? And it's used throughout scripture. So really, this word, you really should be looking at it, instead of reading it everlasting, you should really be reading that word age lasting. Or if it has a plural, then it has more affinity to mean for ages, for more than one age, like ages. And then if you see it twice, for sure it means eternity, because it's like from the ages to the ages. So that's kind of how you should be reading those words, Ion and Ionius, when you get to them. And that will make your Bible reading more accurate. Okay, so where am I going now? Okay, so back to my structure here. 6th day, we got the 6th day creation. Okay, so mimicking the 6th day creation, and then the 7th day of rest, and now we are currently living that out. 6,000 years, okay, of restoration, where God's dealing with his creation, a restoration of his creation, man. He's working on restoring us for 6 days. Okay, so after he created the heavens and the earth, right? And then there was Satan's kingdom, and then Satan's kingdom was ruined by God, okay, because he wasn't going to have it. And then it was restored. And then you have your 6 day literal creation, where everything is created on the earth, it was completely restored again. And then we have the 7th day. Okay, so now man is in the picture, and man is set to rule with God and Jesus, and take over that rulership position, Satan's rulership position. But we fall, and we fall pretty quickly. And now God has to work another 6 days. So this is a structure, another 6 days to restore, which is 6,000 years, to restore his creation of man. We fell. Okay. So not only did we fall, everything was cursed with us, including, the ground, like we were talking about earlier. So everything, everything is cursed right now, and God is presently working 6 days to restore us. Okay. And then the seventh day is what we're looking forward to, the millennial kingdom. It's going to be good for us, really good for us, especially if you're you know especially if you love the Lord and you serve the Lord. It's going to go really well for you. And then we see Satan loosed after the 1,000 years, and then another war and sin being eradicated completely after that. You see the great white throne judgment. That's when the lake of fire comes into view. We don't know for sure what goes on at the lake of fire, but it does not sound good. We can say that. So those people, a bunch of people get thrown into hell. Even death and hell get thrown into, I don't mean hell, I mean the lake of fire, and even death and hell get thrown into the lake of fire. And that's all we know. We don't know if there's a future picture after that for them, or if they're eternally, I don't know, tormented, or what happens. But if you read the verses that's talking about that, and you look at the words Ion and Ionius, what you would really want to look at to know it, and I haven't done this yet, but is the Ion, is it singular, or is it plural, or is it together? Which I doubt it is, because everyone that's together, like I said, has to do with God, in his like eternal attributes. Okay, so back to Satan's kingdom before we were created. Okay, Genesis 1, 2b through 5, we see the first picture, the first type of salvation of the spirit. Okay, so people would say, like, getting saved, if you're getting saved. So your salvation of your spirit, it restores you back into God's family. It allows you to be restored as, a child of God again. So you now have a link to God, and you have God in you too. We have something special, like we even have God in us. But that's not technically part of salvation. That's like an extra ministry. But then in Genesis 1:3 and through 2:1, we see the first picture of the first type of salvation of the soul, our sanctification. This allows you to inherit. This allows you your inheritance in the kingdom of God, so that you can rule and reign with Christ during the millennium. Not all Christians are going to inherit the kingdom. Okay, so that does not mean, and if you're wondering about that, you need to watch my previous videos, because I went into much detail about all of that. So I'm not talking about the other Christians who don't inherit, lose their salvation, or anything like that. But they are not going to be ruling and reigning. They are disciplined at the judgment seat of Christ by their heavenly Father. And I don't know exactly what that discipline looks like, or if it lasts a full eternity or not. Like, I definitely need to do more studying into that. But if you study the word Gehenna, you'll discover a lot of important things that you should probably know. Or you can watch some of my other previous videos too. Okay. I think I'm done with this slide. So now we're going to get into a little bit of word study, which is, it's good. But it's not like I am a language expert in any way, shape, or form. I do the best that I can do with the information that I have, and the research ability that I was given, by God. So I like to research. I like to look deep into things. So I'm going to talk about a couple people's views here, a couple different views that you can take. I'm not a big proponent of like, this is my view and I know 100% sure it's accurate. I really don't. There's a couple different views here that you could take that work. So let's look at what that is. So it says, looking at the context of Genesis 1 through 2, there are three main views that you can take of what these verses mean. Okay, and I'm just going to read the verses again just so you have it fresh in your mind. Okay. So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, or the heaven and the earth in the King James. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Okay, so that's Genesis 1 through 2. Okay. So can we determine the meaning basically just from linguistics? Just from like word say, looking at the words. There's two main views, is that it could be disjunctive or conjunctive. So I'm going to go over those definitions before I even start, because then you're going to be like, well, what does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Some people might not. So if you're disjunctive, that means that you're disjoining something. This is just a basic definition. You know, what does disjunctive mean? Disjoining, separating, or causing to separate something. Conjunctive means to come together. You're joining something together. It's the opposite of disjunctive. It means that they're directly connected together. Okay, so that's what that means when you hear those words. Okay, so view number 1 says that verse 1 is separate from verse 2 following. First, God created the heaven and the earth in verse 1, seen as an absolute beginning. So this is when everything was created, all of it. Okay, it's an absolute beginning. Then over a period of unknown amount of time, it became ruined in verse 2. In verse 2 would begin with a disjunctive word such as but or and then God restored that ruined creation in verses 3 and following. Okay, so people who take that view would be like Arlen Chitwood, Donna Howe, and I believe that like Schofield would take that view also. And the conjunctive, so that was disjunctive. Okay, so they're not joined together. They are talking about two separate things. Conjunctive means they're joined together. So in verse 1 is actually connecting with verse 2. There's a summary of what happened in verse 2. This group acknowledges a ruin of the creation after the absolute creation. So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. They acknowledge that there was, a ruin of the creation after it was created. But they say it happened prior to verse 1. Okay, so it's not even, so they're saying it's not even acknowledged at all in the Bible, like in Genesis, this ruin of the creation. So this is what this group is saying. It happened prior to verse 1. So they see verse 1 as the beginning of the restoration of the earth, not an absolute beginning. So verse 1 is kind of like a summary of what happened. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and like, this is how he did it. And then it goes into like how he did it. Okay, so it's not even like Satan's not even in the picture, and the ruin of that creation, of what happened with him, is not even dealt with in Genesis. Well, Genesis 1, through 2, for sure. Okay, so then the third, okay, who takes that view? That would be like Michael Heiser. He argues for that view. Okay, conjunctive. So this is a second way to view it conjunctively, meaning that they are connected together. In verse 1 is saying that verse 1 is connecting verses 2 and following, okay, because it's connecting, conjunctive. This is a literal chronological order, with verse 1 being an absolute beginning. God created the heaven singular, representing the third heaven, and then the earth, verse 2. And explains how the earth was initially created without form and void. So God, this is a whole picture of the creation. They don't see Kate like Satan as having any kingdom at all. They see Satan as being created like on day one. So he doesn't even come into the picture until like verse like 4 and 5. Okay, so that's when Satan was created in this view. Because they know that it has to be sometime in the beginning. It's definitely created, because they rejoice during the laying of the foundation of the earth with God. So they have to say that it happened then. Okay, so again, let's see. It's saying that God created the heaven, the third heaven, and the earth. And when he initially, in verse 2, when he initially created the earth, it was without form and void. So basically, like a ball of, I don't know, blackness or something like that. Okay, so without form and void, meaning it can, other words you could use would be like ruined, like a ruined creation, chaos, or other words that you can use for that without form and void. So he created the earth like in a chaotic state and then like molded it and shaped it into his, creation that was very good. Then God's spirit moved and created everything in the earth, around the earth, and over the earth in the next 6 literal days in the following verses. This group will not acknowledge any ruin of the initial creation other than the flood of Noah, which happens later. Okay, so this group would not even acknowledge, Satan having a kingdom. Okay, if you look at this, like here's some of the English. Put this down. Okay. So here's just like a couple versions and what they say. Is it more? Okay, there's KJV too. Hopefully you can read that. I know on a phone it'd probably be pretty small, but I want you to be able to compare. So this is Genesis 1 and 2 with a couple different translations. The majority of them do say for verse 1, in the beginning, God created the heaven. King James says heaven, and the majority of the other ones, I'm pretty sure almost all of them, well, this Brenton LXS X said heaven, singular. So does the Tanakh. Okay, so that doesn't matter, but some say heaven, some say heavens in the earth. Okay. The green equals conjunctive, the red equals disjunctive. So we were looking at how they connect together. These two verses connect together. Do they connect, or are they disjunctive? Like meaning that the one does not depend on the other. Okay, so this translation, the KJV, translated it as conjunctive. And this one did conjunctive to the LEB. And I can make that bigger while we're just looking at this. The Brenton LXX, it actually said it's disjunctive. The ASV, conjunctive. The LES, disjunctive. See, it's back and forth and back and forth. So there's, you can kind of see them fighting back and forth on the different versions, because they're not exactly, they can't make a decision on what they believe, how it should be translated. But what's interesting is if you look at the Tanakh, okay, the Tanakh translates it, when God began to create heaven and earth, the earth being unformed and void, with darkness over the surface of the deep, and wind from God sweeping over the water. So, that's like the Jewish translation, how the Jews translated theirs into English. So that's very different from what we see in ours. So I thought that was very interesting too. Okay. So that third view that I went over, I forgot to tell you, it's the traditional view. It's what a lot of Baptists, as long as, well, maybe even amillennial, but if a lot of Baptists who are dispensationalists, they would take probably this view, the third view, that that the first verse is when God created the heaven, like the third heaven, and the earth, and he created it void, and then like basically like a blank slate, and then created from there. So that's like the typical traditional view. Okay, so a little bit smaller. Okay, only views 1 and 2 allow for a restoration of a ruined creation, but all 3 views allows for the septenary structure, the 6 days creation, 6 days restoration, and then the 7th day rest. However, the third or traditional view weakens the doctrine because it negates any type of ruin and restoration of earth. Okay, so it's basically saying it's denying that there was any type of ruin. There's no way that they can fit that into their belief system unless they take view 1 or 2. So if you take the third view, it's very hard to fit that, any type of ruin creation in, and that's fine. If you can still take that view and still understand the septenary structure if you just cannot even fathom like what I'm talking about. Okay, so one of the pillars of the septenary structure is that it took 6 days to restore the earth. It's not just like a creation, like a initial creation event of everything. It kind of like this third view right here. This third view right here, that's the traditional view that doesn't allow for any type of ruin and restoration. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I had something good to say there. Oh man, I moved and then I lost it. Okay, so maybe I'll remember what I was going to say. So, okay, sorry.
So go on to the next thing. It'll come back.
Yeah,
If not, don't worry about it.
All right. So
I always pray silently, and if it doesn't come back, maybe God's redirecting.
That's true. Yeah. So there's lots of, and I don't want to read all of this, but I do have lots of information from commentaries on these different ideas. Maybe we can read just a little bit of it because we are getting kind of later on time. But can you determine the context of, like, do we know for sure? Is it conjunctive, disjunctive? Which view is actually true? Can we determine that with linguistics alone? Arlen Chitwood says no. He says that there are fantastic Hebrew scholars on both sides of the argument that make valid points pertaining to the structure and linguistics of Genesis 1 through 2. Therefore, it may be irresponsible to try to validate an argument made on the context of Genesis 1 through 2 on linguistics alone, though the linguistics of Hebrew text within the different ways scholars understand the linguistics of the text will support any one of these views, but all but one are out of line with the remainder of scripture and are consequently wrong. Okay, so Arlen Chitwood believes that the third view is out of line with scripture and it's consequently wrong. And that's like what most people believe, the traditional view, that, basically there was no ruin of the creation and Satan never had any kingdom, and Satan was created on like day 1 in like verse like 4 or something. Okay. So going into a little bit more of what, because I'm going to go over 2 different like scholars, and because one says no and one says yes. The one that says yes is a Hebrew scholar, like has multiple degrees or something in Hebrews. Hebrew language. Okay. So let's just look at another word, tohu wa bohu. So that's the without form and void in verse 2, tohu wa bohu. So, okay, in Hebrew, that's a vav. It means 6, but it can also mean, it also means something in words too. So if the wa was so tohu wa bohu, so without form and void. Okay, so it's talking about the wa, which is translated and in most Bibles, without form and void. Okay, so it's saying that is that if the wa is conjunctive, okay, which means that it's connecting those two things, without form and void. Okay, you can read it. It says, and the earth was without form and void, and Kai, darkness was upon the face of the deep, and Kai, the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Okay, so it's using Kai for and here, and Kai and right there, but this one has a different word. It's not Kai. But if you go over to disjunctive, it's literally translated but. It should be literally translated but. Okay, because the word is day for and. So it shouldn't technically be and, because you can see it's a different word, day. Right here it's and it's Kai. So that's right. And is Kai. And right here it's Kai also, and darkness and the Spirit. So Kai, Kai. So it's saying that it should literally be translated but. So but darkness was on the face of the deep. But the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Sorry. So verse 2, it's saying that verse 2 should start with but, because it's the word day and not the word Kai. Okay, so this is just looking at a little bit more of the word picture of how these should be translated. Okay, so there's the tohu wa bohu, without form, tohu without form, wa, and bohu, void, without form and void. Okay, so tohu, just a definition. I don't know how to say this. I don't even know. I can't remember.
Gesenius, I think, or Gesenius. It's an old Hebrew lexicon.
Yeah, it's from the Blue Letter Bible. Okay, so this is what I pulled it from. I have better ones. I should have pulled it from better ones, but I didn't. But maybe we can look. That's something we can look at it. Okay, so they said they translated it as wasteness. Okay, so that which is wasted, laid waste to, meaning, so this word tohu means that it was laid waste. Why would God create an earth that was laid waste? Okay, so that's what, and their second definition number 2, is emptiness and vanity, something in vain, nothing in vain again. Okay, so, why would he create something that's in vain or empty, or, because those are all not very good they're not godly characteristics. Why would he originally create something like that? So that's what you should start asking yourself. And then bohu, without form, and the wa, but boo, tohu wa bohu. Sorry. Okay, so the bohu is emptiness, voidness, something void and empty. It is 3 times joined paranomistically with the word. I don't even know what that word is. I'm sorry. Okay, so basically, it's saying that it's
tohu. It's paranomistically. In other words, it's a pun. In other words, a sound. Tohu va bohu. They both sound the same.
Oh yes,
So,
okay, that makes sense.
paranomasia. figure.
So as in, like more like poetic too, be poetic, because obviously the Hebrews, they used poetic language.
Mhm.
Why we have so much trouble, understanding sometimes. We take things so literally, and I don't know. Shouldn't always do that. Okay. Where am I at? Greek. Let's look at some Greek real quick. Okay. This Hebrew wa, in a similar sense to the way in which the Greek word day is used in the New Testament, normally disjunctive, as opposed to the Greek word kai, the word usually used to show a conjunctive sense. So your kais are usually used for the word and. Okay, if day is usually to show a disjunctive, they're disjoining ideas or thoughts. They're not part of one another, basically, like directly connected together, I guess you could say. So you would see the word day, the Greek word day, de. Okay, so you're looking at like the Septuagint, and I pulled this from like Blue Letter Bible. Try to get it situated on the screen here. Okay, so in the beginning, God made, what version is this? The heaven and the earth. It says
That's the Britain Septuagint.
that's the Septuagint. Okay, so this is the Septuagint. Sorry, I got myself lost there. Okay, so yes, we're looking at the Septuagint. And the Septuagint translates it, in the beginning, God made the heaven and the earth, but the earth was unsightly and unfurnished. That's the word without form and void that they use. But look at how they're translating it. They use but the earth was unsightly and kai, unfurnished, and kai. Darkness was over the deep, and the Spirit of God moved over the water. Okay, so you can see that up here. I hovered over it, and you can see that it's the day, the word day, and and it even says that it's a disjunctive particle. So it should be used as but. All right. Good. So since it can't be, and this is in Arlen Chitwood's view, since it can't be determined by linguistics alone, we move to the whole of Scripture. Then we can look at extra biblical sources, such as the oral traditions of ancient Hebrew scholars, etc. Okay, so like, how did they use the words also? That's really important. How, for the context of it, he's saying you moved and you look at more like the context and the historical background and the culture and how was the word used in other writings and stuff like that. So Chitwood's saying you can't determine this from linguistics alone. Okay. I can't remember why I circled that, but that's okay. I can move on. Okay, and then this is Dr. Michael Heiser. He has degrees in Hebrew. I keep trying to move it, and I do have to get used to this. Okay, this is what he said word for word. I copied this from like one of his videos. I just sat there and I typed what he wrote. So for the question, can you determine it from linguistics alone? He said, yes, the Bible is not a scientific book. God chose pre-scientific people to write the book. However, since we ourselves are scientific people, like now in this day and this, and I don't want to say age, but in this time period, and I'm sorry for the spell check. That's one bad thing about Canva. It has no spell check. So there's definitely spelling errors. Okay, so since we in this time period, like right now, are scientific people, we're very scientific. Okay, so we want to interpret Genesis as scientific. We want to impose our current issues and our cultural arguments onto the text. The Bible was not written to us today, to us, like me. It was written for us. If it was written with our knowledge of current modern science, then all the people from the past would not be able to understand it. If you let the Bible be what it is, which is what it is, and he said it's a narrative written by pre scientific people using the language that they had to convey very clear theological ideas about who they are, who the creator is, and what all that means. Then you have a text that can span generations of time and still be understood. The Bible was never intended to be a science textbook or scientific for that matter. Okay, so it's not saying that you can look in the Bible and get all the scientific, it's not a science textbook. Okay, you can't get all the scientific information, and some of it the science may be inaccurate, and we actually very much see that in the Bible. Like if you think about the verse about the women wearing head coverings, okay, over their head. And a lot of women now add it like, why would I have to wear a head covering? That's weird.
Hold on, Ashley,
Yeah, go ahead.
because they're going to get you for this one too. You just
Okay.
brought up an issue that has to do with inerrancy. You made a statement saying that the Bible is inaccurate in a certain area.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to talk about that, okay? There's a
Okay.
lot of things you've said. There are a lot of good things, but that's something we're gonna have to circle back to. So I just wanted to say that there before you go any further, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is Dr. Michael Heiser's view. So he says that it's written by pre-scientific people. They're not meant to get all the science perfectly correct. And it's not written for the purpose of being a textbook, science textbook, to where they didn't even have telescopes. How they know? I don't know. So they had certain beliefs and stuff too that okay, so for example, I'm going to give you a good belief, okay? I'm going to give you proof of this. So the Bible says that you have to wear head coverings. Women have to wear head coverings when they pray. Do women wear head coverings when they pray today? No. Why? Because it's a cultural issue. They believed, and it's kind of gross, I don't even want to talk about it, but like, okay, so they really believe that when husband and wife had sex, and the man, the more semen the man got into the woman, the more her hair would grow. And it
Now,
was
where did you find that out?
so this is
And sadly, I've never heard that one before. But where did you find that one out?
okay, so
You just broke the internet, by the way. Watch, millions of people are going to come in here now.
okay,
They got
good.
no, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay,
Maybe we'll
so
crash it like Tyson fight did Netflix last night. So go ahead.
I can definitely get you the source for that. It was I have a source for it. It's in Donna Howe's book, Before Genesis.
Okay.
But from the research that she has conducted, this is what she had found to be true. Like the cultural information that she has discovered from like why the women have to wear the head coverings, because she did, she went on a deep dive on that.
Well,
So
we're gonna definitely evaluate that one. All
yeah,
right.
we can. Okay,
Uh, but let me
so
say that that's not the same thing as a scientific inaccuracy. That's a cultural issue.
yeah, okay.
But
So
it is a scientific inaccuracy
yes.
that your hair will grow long. However, you know what does cause your hair to grow long even after you're dead, right?
Well, it's okay. So your hair's not alive, and
Uh-huh.
it's made from keratin, and your body's decomposing. So the cells are dying and giving off their, kind of decomposing themselves. So you would have lots of nutrients and lots of, so I don't see why your hair couldn't grow after death.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's what they find whenever they dig up corpses and stuff. They find hair that's long, nails are long because of that reason there. It's possible somebody could have slept with someone, and then maybe they died, and maybe they made a connection, or their hair grew long, or maybe they thought, even though maybe they didn't know what protein was, but maybe, I don't know. Uh,
So
I've never thought about that angle before, but uh,
so
anyway,
like
I
it
get
didn't
your point.
so they believe that long hair showed that you had, like a good relationship with your husband. Okay. So,
Well, let me bring up the traditional answer to that. Okay.
okay, good. Yes.
I got to research that one, but the
Okay.
traditional argument is that if you had hair that was uncovered in that culture, you were either a prostitute or you were single, which meant that you were available. And so when you wore your hair covered, you were saying you were not available either for prostitution activity in the temple of Aphrodite, or
So,
Dionysus in
Dionysus,
Ephesus.
yeah. So
Yeah,
we
go ahead.
actually have posters of the women. And one of them is still there to this day, of what the temple prostitutes, how they did their hair. And they did
Mm.
their hair with braids. And this is how you knew it was a temple prostitute. They had braids in their hair, and they were rich. Okay. These girls were wealthy. So they decorated their braids with like pearls and gems and like diamonds and stuff like that. I didn't know that.
Is this Greek or Roman?
It's the Ephesians ones for sure. Where's
Okay, all right,
Ephesians? So
all right.
that, yeah, Diana, the Temple of Diana, the
Uh-huh.
prostitutes there. Okay, so we even have like a sign, like a picture of a woman with her hair braided, and it's advertising for prostitution. And it's still there to this day that you can see it. Um,
Okay.
so like Okay, so maybe another culture did, but this is, yes, I can find that information. I could do it. I can even do it tonight if you want me to. Because I have the book right in Kindle, and we can go to that. Okay, so from what she said is that, that it showed like a healthy relationship with your husband. Your hair was long, so it had to do with like your sex life. So you're in church, you want to cover your hair. You
Yeah,
want to be.
the Jews do it because your hair is only supposed to be for your husband,
Oh yeah,
uh,
Jews, yes, for sure.
and they'll wear wigs. But the thing is that now they wear elaborate wigs, and so it's kind of defeated the purpose, because now you'll see people, they're showing off their wigs, but they're not seeing their real hair. They can let their hair down, that
Yeah,
type of idea.
yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
but
So yeah, we can definitely talk more about that. Um and it's only what the spirit has given the people. So they're not meaning to speak completely scientifically accurate. Would you agree with that? Because we're not even 100% scientifically accurate. Like,
yeah,
so they're
yeah.
they're,
So
they're, they're speaking and telling their story, and anything that's scientific within it, they're going to tell it how they know, unless it's a specific word from God, like in a vision or something, right?
well, yeah, at that time, the more important issue is your view of inerrancy. There are some people that do away with inerrancy. You have total inerrancy, you have limited inerrancy, you have different views of inerrancy. And so one of the issues is that, is the Bible inerrant, meaning it's without errors according to its intention? In other words, as he's arguing, the Bible is not a science textbook. It's a piece of literature. It has a theological purpose.
Yeah.
But when it speaks on the issue of science, is it correct? That's the issue. Now, you could say, oh, well, it's not correct according to what we know from science here. But a lot of times what happens is we're imposing our culture onto them at that time. And if the author didn't intend to write a science book, you can't say that he's incorrect. So it's not a true scientific inaccuracy that's in the Bible. Instead, what it is, the inaccuracies with us because we impose their standard onto the Bible.
That's exactly what Michael Heiser is saying.
Yeah, yeah, and that's a huge topic. I would love for you to do stuff on inerrancy and go into all of that because that's going to affect your understanding of so many issues.
Yeah.
But okay, yeah. So we got women in head coverings, we got inerrancy, and and all right, go ahead. All
right. So this is Michael Heiser says the Bible was never intended to be scientific. With that being said, now we can put our presuppositions about science behind us and look at the text and try to determine the context of Genesis 1:1 through 3 and the idea that it's actually conveying. Okay. So this is his video. There's no possible way I could have made a slide on this, or because he is a Hebrew expert and I can't do that. So I just figured we'd watch a very small clip of his video where he explains it. All
right. So every 30 seconds, pause it. I'm going to kill the beat real quick. All right, go ahead. Share it and push play and it should work.
Okay, sorry, my Zoom thing went all crazy. Okay, so yeah, why does it do that? I'm not. That's weird. Okay, so give me 1 second. Let me get it centered on the screen. It keeps changing my Zoom like it never did that before. All right.
What if I translated it this way? When God began to create the heavens,
move the speed to 125.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to put you full screen right now.
Okay, good.
Okay, but do you want me to interact? Do you want me to interact with this part?
Yeah, you can interact. That would be cool. Yes, because I can't really interact because I don't know anything about the languages like you do.
All right, cool. All right. We'll do that. Go ahead.
So just how are you going to tell me to stop? You going to beat me?
Yeah, I'll say Bob or beep, whichever you can hear better.
Okay.
All right. All right, but let me stop real quick.
Okay.
So, and for now on in future presentations, one thing that I would ask of you is to always interact with Constable's notes to some type of extent on your topic. Reference it, study it. The other thing to always interact with is the Net Bible. Because can you pull up the Net Bible real quick before you look at this video?
I just want to show you. I can't because I'm on the tab.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But because what he's going to talk about, it's explained in there. But the thing I want, go ahead and put the video on play. There you go. You had it. Yeah, you had it all the way full, right there.
I got it really big now.
All right, push play.
All right.
What if I translated it this way? When God began to create the heavens and the earth, you say, well, that's cheating. You can't do that.
I know. Hold on. Okay, I can still press. Okay, go.
All right. So look. So you see the translation, when God began to create the heavens and the earth. You see how it starts with the wind right there?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So in the sentence, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Your main verb is created. So your main clause is God created. Now the issue is that you can either talk about an absolute or a construct state. And so basically he's going to argue that it's a conditional statement here. Okay. And that's why it's when God created the heavens and the earth. So it's temporal.
Yes.
Because the word in can be understood in that way. All right, go ahead.
Or like conjunctive, like that's another word that you could use, right? Like they're joined together.
Well, that's in verse 2. We'll talk about that in a minute. But go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I can't
have a PhD in Hebrew. I can do whatever. Clause structure is the key to understanding why Genesis 1:1 through 3 can be taken a variety of ways. That's the key, and that's the thing nobody looks at.
Okay, you talk while I fix it. I don't know why. I thought you should be able to just hit the space bar, and it worked last time, but go ahead and talk.
So he's talking about clauses. You know this, Ashley, that you have two main types of clauses: independent and dependent clauses. An independent clause stands by itself. A dependent clause depends on something else. It's not a complete thought. Independent clause has a subject and a verb. And so a dependent clause may have a verb, it may have a participle, an infinitive, other things like that, but it doesn't stand alone. So it won't let you go back and forth.
It's so weird. It doesn't like when if I click it all, if you're in that full screen view, if you click, it moves you to the next slide. But you have to be able to click to move around. So it just immediately moves you. I don't know how to fix it or how to like navigate it to where it doesn't do that to me. So we're just going to have to watch it. This is going to have to be big enough. I'm very sorry.
What if
no, that's fine. I can see it fine.
That's the key. That's the thing nobody looks at.
I just need you to pause it whenever I say pause,
Yeah, I know. And I tried really hard. I pressed the space bar and then it's like right. It moved me to different pages.
You got it now. Oh, man. You got it now. Go ahead.
Okay. So were we around right here?
No, you're exactly where you need to be.
You're a grammar geek, okay? Unless you're somebody who spends time doing, Hebrew things, working in the Hebrew text, then you're confronted with it immediately. But in English Bibles, it just depends on the translation. A clause is, we kind of think of it as a sentence, a group of related words containing a subject and verb. It may or may not express a complete thought. A verb might be present or it might be understood. You know about understood.
So like when he said may or not express a complete thought, that's the dependent clause. It doesn't stand alone. Independent stands alone. Now, when it says verb may be expressed or not, you have what are called verbless clauses. And so you have an ellipsis. It's like an implied verb that you're to translate that way because it's just understood. But go ahead.
So which one do you think he's going to argue for?
Well, he's just orienting his audience to grammar, and he's going to argue. At least he's going to explain that the in the beginning is a dependent clause. Okay, he's gonna explain that, but right now he's just orienting his audience to grammar, just as I'm doing. But go ahead.
Okay.
Good subjects and understood verbs, things that just aren't there in the text, but you kind of know because you know English that they belong there. Same thing happens in Hebrew. There are independent clauses, and these are clauses that contain a subject and a verb and express a complete thought. They stand alone. They don't need anything else to express the complete thought. Example, Jim studied in his room for his chemistry exam. It's a complete thought. It's not giving you the impression that.
So I'm just interacting for the sake of, every 30 seconds.
Yep.
So Jim studied is your main verb. And then in his room is describing where he's studying, and why he's studying is for his chemistry exam. But the main clause is Jim studied. The other ones are adverbial. They're describing where he studied and why he studied.
And Jim's study could even stand on its own.
Yes, it does. That's the whole point. Is Jim studied is independent. It stands alone.
Yeah.
Because it has a finite verb and a complete subject. And then the prepositional phrases are just modifying that verb to describe us the location and the reason why. But go ahead.
That you're missing any information in order to completely understand it. There are dependent clauses, though, that don't stand alone. When Jim studied in his room for his chemistry exam,
Pause.
what?
So you see how he's preparing us for Genesis 1:1, because
Yeah.
it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." Well, you could rephrase that sentence as, "God created the heavens and the earth in the beginning," because the main focus of the subject is created, and then when he created is in the beginning. So whenever they translate it as in the beginning, what they're doing is what I just did. They're answering the adverbial relationship question. Whenever you have adverbial relationships, you're asking when, where, why, how, all of those types of things like that. That's essentially what he's doing here. And so he's setting this simple example up so that we can understand Genesis 1 and 2. Go ahead.
I mean, it feels like there's something that is supposed to come afterward to complete the idea. Just by adding that one word, it has a sense of incompletion. It has a sense of lacking something else. When Jim studied in his room for his chemistry exam, he was able to concentrate. Now,
See, the
we
main
have
verb
full
is in the
picture. We
second
have the
part.
full idea. And in fact, the underlying part here, he was able to concentrate. That actually could stand by itself. You could put something before it too. His brother stayed away when Jim studied in his room for his chemistry exam. That gives you a complete, and it gives you a fullness. You're not looking for something else, which is the basic idea. In a dependent situation, a dependent clause, you feel like you've got to have something else to get the full idea. This same situation happens in the first 3 verses of Genesis. There are a series of clauses, and the question is, which ones can stand alone and which ones depend on the others for their meaning? So the question is, independent or dependent? And once we know that, we'll know what the main idea, the full sentence or sentences, we'll know what the main idea is or isn't. Now here's
Pause.
one way to look at the.
So when it uses the term in the beginning, we automatically think of in terms of time, when. We don't think of where, right? Because in most of our minds, space, time, and matter didn't exist at this time. It's possible it could, though. The question is, does 1:1 make a statement about the beginning of all of creation? Or does it is it a summary about what we're about to read, which is a recreation? Or is it just something general that's going to be brought in specifically? Those are some of the questions that you got to evaluate. There's more, but those are the main ones that are coming to my mind.
Yeah. And that kind of covers my 3 different views, what you just said.
Right. And you look at his translation on verse 2. Now the earth was without form and void. So rather than taking the vav as disjunctive, saying but, which is a break in the narrative, he's translated as now. Now is indicating a parenthetical statement that's given background information about it. So you could say, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, let me tell you a little bit about what that was like. Let me tell you about the condition of the earth, because I'll show you when you go to Genesis 2, the same structure happens and when it describes the garden. Okay. And that's a key to understanding this. And that may refute Chitwood's argument that it can be demonstrated linguistically if you're taking into consideration the clausal layouts.
Yes.
Okay. And the literary structure. But I understand what he means by linguistic. And I can go back to talking about the difference between Kai and Day, because that also deals with what's called discourse analysis and function of those conjunctions. But so if you go with this idea that the now is given background information, now the earth was without form and void. So it's describing the earth at that time, not saying that it turned into this. And the whole issue with the tohu vabohu is it can be translated as wasteland and desolate and using that imagery. But the main reason that they do that is because when you go to Jeremiah in those other passages, it
Mhm.
uses the exact same phrase, and in those passages, it's describing a judgment, a wasteland. But here's the thing: in
Yes.
those passages, the motif is a reversal of creation. That's why it's judgment language. It's like the end of the world as you know it type language. So I don't think we should necessarily read that language into there when Jeremiah is just saying, look, I'm just reversing creation to show the world as you know it is falling apart. So that's one of the
Or
weaknesses about the
yeah,
gap
well,
theory.
another argument that they use for the gap theory, or for what they would say, is those verses are showing judgment, and so is verse 2 of Genesis showing judgment.
Yeah, but see, what they're doing is they're assuming that there's judgment being shown there because it's shown here. But the reason there's judgment showing here is because it's reversing creation. And we know in the end times, we see in the book of Revelation what happens to creation. So it's an assumption they're bringing to the text.
Okay. Yes. I can
Because
understand that. Yes.
the reason the gap theory came about, at least this is how it's explained, is because they were finding all this not archaeological. What do you call it? What do you call them?
Like
Yes,
paleontological.
yeah. They were finding all the fossils and stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And all of those things like that. And so, some people went to the gap theory to explain that.
But you're not saying the gap theory developed then, though, are you? Because there are some Hebrews who, like, describe to that also,
Well, that's a good question. So from your study, when did the first mention of a gap theory come about? And what
Well,
I mean by gap
yeah.
theory is the fall of Lucifer causing a catastrophic, what they call anti diluvian flood,
Uh-huh.
and bringing
Yeah.
destruction or judgment. Some people hold to a pre-Adamic race during that time. I
Yes.
definitely don't go there. But
Yes.
where did you find in Jewish literature where people held to that?
Okay, so we know for a fact that the Essenes did be right before Jesus's day. They talked about that kind of, that kind of judgment and in Satan, and having a kingdom and everything. For sure Enoch did, but that was after Jesus's time. I don't know what's in the rabbinical, like, like the
Right.
oh, what sect would they be? Of the Pharisees, right? The all the writings, would that, it would kind of be like the Pharisees. I know that it happened before the Pharisees. It happened during like the Babylonian time, but it was the Pharisees and Sadducees before they split, basically, right? So
Well,
all their writings,
yeah, the
the
Pharisees and
Talmud or
Sadducees.
whatever, the Babylonian Talmud.
Yeah, so the Pharisees and the Sadducees didn't come into existence until after the Babylonian captivity.
Yes.
The first group was the Sopharim, and they went, and then after they were the first ones to put the hedge around the law and everything, and
Yeah.
then and so that, but okay, so
I
you're
don't
making
know
this
if they
thing,
did or not, but I'd be interested to know. And like,
but you're saying you found it in the Essenes.
yeah, the
Are,
Dead
are
Sea Scrolls.
do your best right now to paraphrase what the Essene Scrolls say so that I can understand what you're saying they actually found or what they believed about Genesis 1-2.
Okay, so that like the Essenes, they in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we have some copies of their copies of scripture, right? But there's also a bunch of writings, like they wrote a whole bunch, so it's their own prophecies and stuff like that. So it's within their writings and their traditions that they believe that, Satan had basically control in a kingdom before the earth was formed. I don't know how to See,
That's
I
fine.
could give you I could find that information and give it to you, but I don't know how to like paraphrase it off the top of my
No,
head.
no, that's good. So that helps me a little bit.
Okay.
So are you saying that the Essenes specifically mentioned Lucifer
I don't think they call him
and
Lucifer,
Satan?
no.
Satan, do, they have some type of being that brings
Yeah.
about a judgment, or that falls. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay, and they're placing that fall before the creation, as we know it.
Before they would call it the restoration of the creation,
Okay,
you
all
know?
right. Well, see, the issue with the Essenes is the Essenes may be doing what Jeremiah was doing, because the Essenes would use apocalyptic literature, which
Yes.
would be is a reversal of creation.
Okay.
Uh, so I don't know. I'll have to look into that more. But there's you another topic, you
Mhm.
know.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are
Yeah,
other
there's I
things
mean,
to get into.
this topic is so vast that it's hard to go over in one sitting. There's
No,
so
no,
much. I know
it,
that you know this. I'm just trying to explain it to the audience, like
right,
how
right,
overwhelming it is. And me
right.
trying to actually be able to get you to comprehend this topic and understand even a little bit of it is daunting, to me, because I'm
Well,
not a Bible scholar.
well, the things that you're mentioning, it's sort of like all the series that we have on the layman seminary. You know, they get general, they're vague, and they get more clear, they get more specific, and we get more focused. You know so this is great. This is
Yeah.
great. It stirs up a lot of things. This is what we're looking for. But go ahead, continue playing.
First three verses. I have the second verse in blue for a reason. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. What is the role of verse 2? Does it
Pause.
proceed from verse 1?
So right here, the proceed that he's basically saying, is it this is the language you were using? Is it conjunctive? Is it disjunctive? Uh, and there's another term. I'm trying to remember what it is, but it functions like parenthetical. Background information. The same thing can actually be
Summary of.
in. Yeah. For one, yes. The same thing could be happening with Genesis 15:6. Some translations will say, now Abraham believed and it was credited to him for righteousness, because
Oh.
they think that it's a flashback to another time. No,
Oh.
the Hebrew is a little bit different there. But we'll talk about that when we get into the future. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Or does it do something else? Do we have a sequence, a chronology? Or do we have, okay, first, verse 1 happens, God creates heavens and the earth. Then the earth was out without form and void, as though that's the result of verse 1. And then verse 3 follows. It's a linear sequence. 2 is the result of 1, 3 follows 2. No kidding, Mike, it's 1, 2, 3. All right. Is that the way we're supposed to look at it? Now, traditionally, that is how Genesis 1, 1 through 3 has been understood. 2 is the result of verse 1. That's the traditional interpretation. In the
So that would be my verse, like, or my third view. Okay, so that's like what most modern, especially Baptists would hold to, that view right there. It goes 1, 2, 3. It's a summary. Is in chronological, or not summary, but sorry, is in chronological order.
Well,
beginning,
the
God.
way he's using result here, see, you could have cause and effect. So I don't know if he's using result like effect right here, and he's going to talk about the effect of what happened to one or what. But
Okay.
no doubt that y'all intersect. I just don't know where y'all intersect yet until I keep hearing what he's saying.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Created the heavens and the earth. That is viewed as the first creative act. God does something in verse 1. The result of that are the conditions we see in verse 2. The writer kind of lets us know what the result of God's creating in verse 1 was. And then he moves on to God getting down to business in verse 3. Okay, so God creates the heavens and the earth. And oh, by the way, when he did that, the earth was formless and empty, and all these conditions. And then God said, let there be light. And we
Bob.
business. Okay,
All right. So let me interact with the chat just for a minute. I guess you came in late. Well, you're here now. Janet, yeah, summary. He says, so we can read Genesis and literal meaning of it. Well, yeah. Well, the issue is that what is it when we're doing literal interpretation? What are we doing? Yes, Cram, Schofield. There was others as well. Archaeologists. Everybody's giving their names. So we're talking about paleontology and all that. They use the gap theory to prove the point Jesus being cast out of heaven onto the earth. No, not Jesus.
Satan.
I don't think he meant Jesus.
Yeah.
But if we read in the book of Job, Satan came into heaven to meet with God, though. Yeah, but I don't see how that disproves anything. It's okay. That's fine. With the gap theory, they say Satan was cast out of heaven during the gap. Well, here's the question. How many times was Satan stripped? He fell from his position as Lucifer. Okay. He fell in the garden in terms of the serpent. He fell at the cross. He's going to fall in the future. He's going to be let out, and he's going to be taken out again. So that's one of the issues that you have with that. So just because Satan has access doesn't mean he hadn't fallen yet. I mean, is he falling now? So no, I disagree, Pete. Not necessarily. Verse 2 sounds like connection between 1 and 3. Yes, it's a connection, but what is the connection? Is it giving background? Is it as a parenthetical statement? Is it a break in the narrative, or is it continuation? What's going on? It's all right. It's all right. Gap life. Satan. Wrong name. Yeah, you don't want to get Jesus and Satan wrong. All right, go ahead.
That's the traditional way of looking at it. So we have independent clauses in verses 1 and 3 and dependent in 2, and the dependent is the result. That's the relationship. So here I have grayed out in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's the translation we're used to. But now let's play around a little bit. What if I translated it this way? When God began to create the heavens and the earth.
Pause.
So that's cheating. You can't do that. Yes, I can. I have a PhD in Hebrew. I can do whatever.
So you see, when God began to create the heavens and the earth, you see that? It's not a complete thought. But the way you would fill it in is when God began to create the heavens and the earth was without form and void. So that would be that's one way you could do it.
And that's conjunctive.
Yes.
Okay.
No, seriously, if you look in the Jewish Publication Society translation of Genesis 1:1, that's it.
Living proof. Hold on.
God began to create the heavens and the earth.
Yeah, but the word is Shemayim, and because of that, or Shamayim, however you want to say it, it's plural. So that's why he's translating this heavens there.
They do have legit reason to translate it heavens.
Yeah. It is a plural word.
And he may be arguing based on his interpretation of this, like I said in my third view, where they say that, he only created one heaven, the third heaven where, his abode, and then because it makes the Bible look like a liar, because then it turns around in verse 5 again and tells you that he creates the stars, not verse 5, which is it? Where he creates the stars and stuff, and that's basically like the heavens again. So it kind of makes them look like they're saying that it's creating heavens twice.
Yeah, well,
that's why they do that.
Yeah, Yes, the Babe by Rashid issue. Hey, Tokenomics. Yes. So the other thing is that you can actually translate it. God created the sky and the land. So there's a lot of factors involved, and that's the
Yes,
whole
you could.
thing.
Yeah, okay. I see where, yes. Like
Yeah,
just our atmosphere. So some people could think it's just our atmosphere, the heaven, and
yeah,
then the earth. Yeah, that makes sense too. Yes,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, what you got to do is you got to ask, what is the author's intent? What's he focusing on? The sky and the land. The significance of translating as the land is, what is Israel promised? The land. Why is the book of Genesis written? To promise them, to prepare them for going into the promised land. So,
Okay, so I finally remembered by you saying that what I was going to say before that I forgot,
mhm.
that the third view is kind of putting us at the center of the Bible, and making everything about more so everything about us is a little bit more selfish view, rather than making it, the other two views pull back a little bit and make everything more about, it's like Christ centered. Everything's about Christ and his kingdom and this like cosmic battle, basically.
Even that's theological, because what if God wants to give a view for us? Like Ecclesiastics is, everything is vanity underneath the sun. From our perspective of things, everything's a waste, you know.
Hmm.
But from God's perspective, there is a purpose in life. So that is a good question to ask, is like, from what standpoint? I mean, because that's one argument that could be said, is when you're in Genesis and you're depicting Genesis in the very beginning of it, is it depicting how you would look up at the sky and look up at the land? Is it depicting things from your viewpoint, or is it depicting? I mean, if you were making a movie out of this, would you have a man looking up and around, or would you have, you know, something more like Star Trek zooming in or things like that? And in the beginning of C.S. Lewis's book, I think it's I told my wife this, the the Magician's Nephew, I think it is. He has Aslan speaking and all of the creation coming about. So you have to think about the angle by which like if it was camera shots,
Yeah.
and
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 what
so
the
there's a
and what and are you're saying, and how the author intended the audience to view it, right?
right, and that's why we're going to be in the future. We're going to be interacting with Solheimer. Some people say his name different, but uh, that stuff like that. Alan P. Ross. There's a lot of stuff that we'll be interacting with. Curvella, for his Hebrew, and I mean Genesis. But the
Yes.
thing is that this is where inductive Bible study is so important. You observe certain things in the text, right? And when you observe it, then you think about the implications of this, because your theology, your worldview, your philosophy, your assumptions are all involved in that process.
Yes.
And some people say, well, you want to look for a view with the least assumptions. Maybe, but some things are complicated, you know.
Yes.
So you could think of things like, what is parsimonious? You could think about Occam's razor. Sometimes, not always, but those are things you could think about. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Now, is that a complete thought or an incomplete thought? That one's certainly incomplete because it's prepping something to follow. You're being prepped as a reader. So when you put the word when in front of it, you know that it's just leading to something. It's not an independent thought or act. It's leading to one that you haven't gotten to yet. Now let's put them side by side. or I'll get there eventually. We have in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Again, that's the traditional translation that most of us are used to. Hebrew, of course, was not written with any vowels. I have added a vowel here in red.
Okay, so
Right
this is
here.
Berashith. The word Rosh is right here. So this means beginning or chief. Later on, whenever it says that the serpent shall basically bite your heel, but you shall crush his head, it's the
Mhm.
word Rosh that is there. So it can mean beginning or chief. But tokenomics, he says this. Sometimes tokenomics goes deep, but I'll try to follow. He says, the way I see Heiser's argument is that prior to the creation of Uranus, and the Greek word for heavens, and earth, there were aspects to the universe that were present, assuming, for example, the existence of Jesus from the beginning. Well, I believe that God the Son's always existed from all eternity. But I think the focus is not about making a statement about the creator's existence. It's making a statement about his creating. But yeah, that's one argument. Is this the creation of the universe, space, time, and matter continuum? Or is this just the creation of the earth with the space being billions of years old and all that stuff? Those are other factors involved. Go ahead.
If I was a Hebrew scribe using the vowel system that was invented at around the 8th century AD, those are the only vowels we have, those little dots and squiggles that you see on a Hebrew text, the vowel system.
Pause.
If I wanted to be sure that.
So what he's going to talk about right here is, bay is a preposition, and I've never seen this video, but I'm just calling from memory. Bay is a preposition, and usually you put 2 dots underneath it. It's called a shwa. All right, but whenever you have a definite article, sometimes what happens is that shava turns into that T looking letter, comments.
Here.
And so that would be in the beginning instead of in a beginning. Uh, so one of them would be indefinite and the other one would be definite. You understand that?
My
Yes.
reader.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
No, okay. I think that's where he's going. Let's see.
Okay.
I'm rusty on my
Sorry.
Hebrew.
Oh, I hate that thing.
Would understand I'm talking about the beginning. In the beginning, I would use that little mark that looks like a capital T, and it would be pronounced ba reshit. That's called in Hebrew the definite article, just like English definite article, the word for the. Now, if I wanted to opt for when God began, it would look this way. It'd be 2 dots underneath, and that means there is no definite article. It's a vocal cue that we don't have a definite article here. That would be be reshit. Which one do you think is in your Hebrew Bible? The Hebrew Bible that like everybody uses now, that has come down to us from centuries ago. The Dead Sea Scrolls do not have vowels. Vowels only start again in the Middle Ages. Which one do you think we get in Hebrew texts that have vowels?
Be.
It's be reshit.
So it's right there.
The translation, when God began to create, is a completely legitimate translation. So let's go back here. We got 2 possible translations. If we opt for the when translation, now look, I've changed the colors. Now we have dependent clauses. We don't have a series of independent ideas. We have 2 full verses of clauses that are leading up to something. And that something is verse 3, and that is the main idea. That's the independent thought. So here, just think about it. Read,
So this is like when you're watching Lion King and what Pumbaa, he says, when I was a young warthog, he don't finish the rest of the sentence and then he starts explaining everything. Or when I was young, back in my day, that kind of thing like that. It begins something, but it's trailing off. Now the thing is, when God began to create the heavens and the earth, then you see the lines, right? I think that's an M dash or M dash or N dash. I can't remember which one it is. But and so this could be a parenthetical statement in two. And so it's like you're breaking your own thought, but it's like, well, wait a minute, you didn't even finish your own thought. So it's
Yes.
just saying when God began to create the heavens and the earth. Well, what about it? Then you start going off in all this background information. Why do you need the word then there in verse 3? What if it was to flow like what they're
verse 1, yeah.
yeah, why you don't
That's what
need
he's
the
saying,
3
yeah.
then? You just say when God began to create the heavens and the earth, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light.
Mm-hmm.
But the then is indicating something, you know. But go ahead.
Okay. Good.
Read along with me or in your mind and just think about how it sounds. When God began to create the heavens and the earth, now the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. It really has a different feel. It sounds like everything in verses 1 and 2 are just prep. They're not really happening. They're the writer describing what conditions, now catch this, the writer is describing conditions that already exist before God actually creates anything, before God actually speaks anything into existence. In other words, you have a situation where verses 1 and 2 lead to verse 3, and they set it up. The first creative act, the first thing God does in Genesis 1 through 3 in this view is not verse 1. It's verse 3. That's the very first thing that God speaks into existence.
Pause.
For lack of a better term, I couldn't think of anything.
Okay, let me put tokenomics. Let me say, right, I think it's more time periods. The semantic Genesis will be revealing an additional time period before Earth was made. Maybe when God does all the fine tuning. Well, that's another thing. If you want to bring dispensations into it, are dispensations only bound by time and for humans only? Or can you take dispensations beyond, with God himself being a dispensation, the angels being a dispensation, other things like that? We covered some of that stuff in the dispensation series. Janet really enjoyed that. By the way, pray for her. She's lost her voice today pretty much, so she's got a cold or something, but won't lay down. So hopefully she'll have sense to lay down.
Yes.
Hey, Jesus saves. And then Pete says, then here is used to show the order God created everything. Yeah, but it wouldn't be needed if 1:1 and 1:3 are connected together, if it's a complete sentence. When God began to create the heavens and the earth, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. That's how it would flow. But the fact that there's a then there is making a decision, because it just sounds weird. When God began to create the heavens and the earth, why is there a vav there? I think there is a vav there. I'll check. But it makes me question. Well, I'm not going to weigh in yet. I'm just taking y'all through the process and everything. But so what he's saying here is that 3. So think of it like this. I think what he's doing here, if I'm getting his view right, is verse 1 is the title, sort of like a title for the book. Like it's like let me think. When there was peace, and I write a story about how during 19 at the end of World War II or whatever, and I just title it "When There Was Peace." So when God began to create the earth, and so 2 is given the problem, the background information, but 3 is actually where the narrative starts. Like, let me tell you about when God created the heavens and the earth. The first thing God did was he said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Okay. So let's see here. Or like the process of things created. I just assume the Genesis 1 is not the beginning of God. Right. It's not the beginning of God. It is just the beginning of his creation of us in our universe. Right. God lives outside of our universe and not confined to it. Right. And then he said,
So,
if true, this aligns with the secular understanding of space existing before Earth forming. Okay. Go ahead, Ashley. You were going to
okay,
say something?
so I was just going to say it's kind of like the Star Wars narrative, how it always begins with a long time
In the
ago,
galaxy far away.
far, far away. Yeah.
Yeah. It even starts when it says in a galaxy, it's the same thing as when. Because when you say in a galaxy, that's where, but then it says far, far away. So that's the difference with Star Wars. It's not when, it's in the future. Uh, it's where. It's in
Yeah.
outer space. It's among the stars. Okay. All
Okay.
right.
Thing that's very witty or alliterated, I put Hebrew syntax view because this is strict Hebrew syntax. Syntax is sentence structure, sentence relationships. If you're going to just go by what the Hebrew says, like a zealot, strictly, obeying the rules of Hebrew grammar, that is what you get.
Okay.
That's all he gave you?
So that's the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, that video is an hour long and there's lots of information
Right.
in there. But I took the
No,
most important part to,
no,
yeah.
that's good. All right. Go ahead. Continue with your presentation. We're going to come back to some of this stuff in the future.
Okay,
All right.
good.
Go ahead.
So this is Donna Howe's research, and I don't know how much you want to go into this, but she gives like she goes through commentaries and
Well, first off, tell
flashes
me
out
who
some
Donna.
commentaries.
First off,
Okay, so
tell me.
Donna Howe is Tim Horn's daughter.
And
Tim
tell me
Horn
who Tim Horn is.
Tim Horn is the one who started and ran like Skywatch TV. He owned like Skywatch TV. He also owned a prophecy like magazine, I believe, and then he wrote a bunch of books, and he's in with Dr. Michael Heiser. Like they're kind of like buddies. And who else does he hang out with? What's their names? Oh, you asked me so quick. Gary Stearman, who runs Prophecy Watchers, and like Mondo Gonzalez, and they write books, and of course they have their prophecy magazine, and then they do the prophecy show. Who else? I'm not exactly sure. I can't think of all their names right now. But
Okay. But I know who you're talking about, but I don't know her particular.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
what
so
is her credentials?
she is she has her degree in ministry, like her divinity, I guess. I don't know how to like her divinity degree. I don't know. Do you want me to look it up real quick? I can tell you what it is.
No, you don't have to. Do you know what seminary she went to? Did she go to seminary?
Yeah, she went to seminary. Can I look it up real quick?
Yeah, you can. Absolutely. This is your presentation. I'm just asking questions because you're bringing up stuff I don't know.
Okay. How would I go about finding credentials quickly?
Type in Donna Howe CV.
CV?
Yeah, CV. If she has a CV, it'll be there. Cornell University. Is that her? No. Go right there. The book's biography, latest update. Second one.
Oh, okay,
That's
sorry.
LinkedIn. That's LinkedIn. That's probably not her.
Okay.
Let's try this one. Is this her? Before Genesis.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So read full bio. All right. The best selling of The Handmaidens Conspiracy, Radicals, Afterlife, Redeem. Okay. So we need more than this. Okay.
Yes.
That ain't much at all. So all right, type in Donna Howe before Genesis and type in review, critique, something like that. And it okay. All right. Do you see anything yet? Good reads. What does have to do with Earths? Barnes and Noble. Okay, keep going. Review, critique. See, these are all advertisements of books. Type in Hebrew or something like that. Whatever topic she's addressing, we need to get it. We need to get it more specific.
Like
Hebrew.
erase what I had? Or do you want me to put like, do
Yeah,
you want to know what seminary?
yeah. The seminary. Put the name of her book before Genesis, something like that. Okay. Uh, let. All right. Let's see here. So she's giving her statement here, but Arthur Danahoe and Tom Horn. You said Tim Horn a while ago, but you
No,
meant
Tom. I
Tom
said
Horn.
Tom Horn. No, Tom Horn.
Okay, my bad. My bad. All right, scroll down, see if there's any mention of her anywhere. All right, no.
Oh,
Let's find another
okay.
site. You got to put something like, what did she say that's so specific that you're going to show me? Like Hebrew syntax? What
Well,
is she known for? What you need to put something like that there so that somebody that's critical of it will catch it.
mhm.
So,
Well, the book before Genesis is her most controversial book, or even the Handmaiden's Tale would be
okay, well,
controversial too.
the let's try this. What is the point that you're going to show us? Is it about Hebrew? Is it about
Well, no,
Genesis 1?
it's just she's great. She's really good at research. So I was going to show you in her book before Genesis some of the research that she goes through about Genesis 1:1 and 1:2 that
Okay,
that she pulls that has good information.
all right, we'll type that in. Donna Howe,
Yeah.
research Genesis 1.
Genesis.
And type Hebrew if she mentions Hebrew. Okay.
I'm pretty sure she says it in her book, and I have both the books too.
All right.
I wonder if it would have a biography in the beginning of her book.
Well,
Like information where wouldn't you think that information would be there? Oh, Derek Gilbert is another one.
okay. All right. Click on that where it says Google Books before Genesis. All right. Unauthorized history, Tohu Vabohu. Um, let's see.
That's how it said. That's what it said in the other one too.
Right. Okay, just click on her name where it says author.
Right there.
No, up in the blue. You'll see it in blue.
Yep.
Yeah, that one
Okay.
there. Okay, those are her books. That's not the same
That
name. What
doesn't. Yeah, that's not
happened?
right. What?
Uh, hit the back button.
Uh-huh. Go back.
All right. Let me think about this. Okay, hit the back button one more time.
Uh-huh.
Where it says Trib Papers. You see that Trib
Yeah.
Papers? So the pre-trib conference. I wonder what this is a reference to. Reviews. Yeah, this might be what we need. Clint Parker. All right, scroll down. All right. Close that. These little stupid pop-ups. Okay, so
They're what it says. So more they seek to reconcile the gulf between young Earth creationists and old Earth creationists. That's
right.
true.
Okay. All right. Keep scrolling down. All right. The Serpent King. Keep going. Scroll down. All right. I'm not dissing her or anything, but uh, I'm going to do more research into her. But go ahead, present. I just want because what she said about the whole hair thing, I've never
Yeah.
heard that one before. You know,
That's
so
in her Handmaiden's Tale book
okay,
too.
all right. I'm gonna research that one to a certain extent.
Okay. I can tell you where to start too. I just got to get into that book once I'm done and tell you the
Yeah,
reference for that.
that's fine. Go ahead and get back to your presentation,
Yep.
and I'll put
Where's
some
oh
people's
yeah.
comment up on the screen while
Yep.
you're
Go
doing
ahead.
that. Then
Yeah.
here,
Come on.
yeah, it says it's true that lines secular understanding of space existing before Earth forming. Also, if true that aligns the current metaphysical revelations of quantum physics regarding matter being made of light. Okay. My point just being Genesis scientifically accurate. How about 1 and 2, where the beginning statement and 3 toward is the progressive statement of the whole Genesis 1? Well, I think there are some views for that. And I'm going to show you where you can get the views that are out there. If you come up with your own view, I doubt you will on this issue, you know. Um, you're welcome to try, but I'll show you a resource in a minute that will give you some of the views.
Okay. Sorry, my computer's being you were just like breaking up really bad. So hopefully, can you hear me okay, at least?
Yes, I can hear you fine. It might be mine. It may storm in this area.
Okay. Okay. Book before Genesis, and that's where I got it from. And then of course I went to research to make sure that she was, telling the truth. And I found that video of Michael Heiser going over the information that she talks about in her book. So that's why I ended up including that.
Okay.
Um put me in full screen view. I hate that. Okay. Is that big enough for people to see? Because I some got out of YouTube.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good.
So,
Okay, so she said the first source I'd like to consider is the Bridge Brown Driver Briggs. That's the one. Isn't that the one we were just looking at?
no, that was the Genesius, or I can't say his name, but no, this is an older lexicon.
Title. I'm not gonna read all that. So because it ends in that same guy's name, Gesenius.
Yes, but look what it says. Based
Okay, so
on
as
the
the rather
lexicon.
okay. The title implies this lexicon wasn't just a compilation of some guy's opinion.
Actually, there's a little bit of a lag,
Yeah.
so I'm not trying to talk over you, but that's all right. Go ahead.
Should I just like go out and come back in or something?
No, because it could be me. It may not be you.
Okay. All right.
I think you're good.
All
I think
right.
you're good.
It says that it wasn't just some guy's opinion. It was the result of years and years of reflection, study, deep digging, peer review by some of the most prolific Hebrew linguists in history who had made it their lifelong duty to dissect the etymology and terms and bring back a full understanding of what the writers of the Bible intended to communicate. The most basic meaning of tohu, these masters say, is formless confusion and unreality, emptiness, formlessness, a primeval earth of land reduced to a primeval chaos, as in Isaiah 24:10, 34:11, 45:18, etc. Nothingness, empty space of empty trackless waste, as in Deuteronomy 32:10 and Job 6:18. A land reduced to chaotic state, not land formed that way in the beginning. The second definition of the same word relates to, move it over a tad bit, to its figurative use, as a reference to something empty, unreal, as idols, like collectively idol makers, groundless arguments or considerations, moral unreality or falsehoods. Okay, so far, without form means far more than just a harmlessly formless area God had not yet perfected, because it was still being worked on. So this is her commentary. This is her, her part that she's writing. It means something that had been reduced to chaos, a trackless waste. So then she says to pay attention to this part, because this is key to opening the door of my later conclusion. In order for the planet to have been reduced to anything, it had to have been something else before. So the phrasal verb reduce to, according to the Cambridge Dictionary, when referring to an object and not a person, means to cause something, especially a large structure, to be destroyed and broken into pieces, like Earth, perhaps. The example they give out of this is the Allied bombing reduced the city to ruins or rubble.
Slow down 1 second, Ashley. Back
Yeah.
up to where she first
Yeah.
mentioned reduced. I want to see what she's doing there, because where do you see the word reduce that she first says? Right before pay attention to reduce, to this part, because this
Okay.
is key to opening the door of my later conclusions. In order for the planet to have been reduced to anything, it had to be in something else before. Where's she getting the reduced idea from?
Okay. So figure of reference, empty, formless. Oh, maybe. Hold on. Where was that at? I saw it.
Land reduced to a chaotic state. You see that right there? Land reduced to a chaotic state, not land formed the way in the beginning. So this is
Land.
what
Okay.
she's
Yes.
doing.
There, right there.
This is what
Yes.
she's doing. She's saying that it's land that's reduced to a chaotic state. Okay. And she's got quotation marks. I don't see the reference. Maybe the footnote is the same as that one. But then what she's doing is she's going on a long trip about what reduce means. And then she's going to another dictionary. I think it was just an English one about reduced. And now
So
she's talking
okay.
about the
So
earth
yeah.
being tore up in bits.
So right here is, this was from the Brown, that one that we just talked
Yeah.
about. It says formless, a primeval of land reduced to primeval chaos, as in Isaiah 24:10 and 34:11, 45:18.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's where what would you call that? A
Yeah.
lexicon or something? Yeah, that's where that lexicon says that. So
Yeah.
she's commenting on the reduced to from here.
Right. And then she's
Okay.
running with it, and she's trying
So
to
following her
argue
argument. Okay.
that there's something cataclysmic that occurred. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. That's what she's trying to argue. Yes. Yes, correct. Okay. So she said the grammarians behind our choice Hebrew lexicon say that the chief definition of tohu relates in any way to the English word reduced to, and all of that phrase implies then we have one source so far supporting the idea that after God created the earth, something happened to the planet's surface that caused it to become chaos and or waste. Again, without form is not inaccurate, but it doesn't convey the whole picture. As for the figurative meaning of tohu, it's what's this word?
Eminently,
Eminently clear. So eminently, I don't know that word. Eminently clear.
Well, preeminent.
Okay. Eminently clear. Is it eminent? But that's imminent, isn't it? IMM.
Yeah.
Like if you say
I think
that the rapture is imminent, it's IMM, right?
Yes, but this is let me think about this. Look it up.
Okay.
Imminently.
I
I
mean, you
know
don't
by
really be able to see me looking it
imminent.
up.
If I say you're imminent,
And
it's imminent. That means it's inevitable. If I remember right, like your imminent demise.
so eminently is to a notable degree or very. It means very to a
Oh,
notable degree.
like your eminence. Like when you call somebody your eminence, you're talking about
Oh,
that they're
yes, exactly.
of a high degree, but whenever you use
Yep.
eminently, it's eminently clear. In other words, you know all that is. She's just trying. You're not supposed to use the word very clear, so she picked the
Yes.
word and for very to put it
Yep.
there. That's
Yes,
all
you're
it is.
right. Okay. That the term was used at this time to denote idolatrous, depraved, and more immorality that amounts to worthlessness and or falsehoods in the eyes of God. But is the figurative meaning of a word even relevant in the discussion regarding a literal act of God? To those who understand how a root word takes on deviations throughout time and history, to those who comprehend how etymology works, yes, it's relevant. The word tohu without form, as for bohu, void, this source offers the following meaning: emptiness, the void, and emptiness that shows lack of order. Let's see. Some interpret this as a void from a prior creation or total chaos, i.e., a physical state of total lack of order. Genesis 1:2, Jeremiah 4:23, and more. James Strong, the scholar most known for the ever popular Strong's Concordance, provides a sharp look at tohu in his concise dictionary. He says, while bohu is an unused root, means to be empty, a vacuity of nothingness, like a vacuum, i.e., an underdistinguishable ruin. Then there is the I can't say that guy's word
Sinius.
name. Jasenius, the Hebrew Chaldee lexicon, which is acknowledged by the Logos Bible software to have been among the
Okay, all right.
most trusted. Okay.
Pause.
Yep.
So I know this person was helpful for you, but I got to
Mm-hmm.
give the seminary critique to what I'm reading. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Number one, I don't think she's very scholarly. Okay. And
Okay.
the reason being is because the primary lexicon that you use and scholarly is the halat, not the BDB. The BDB is the old standard. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gesenius is very old and it's interacted with still, but you always got to bring something in addition to that. And then her
Okay.
just bringing up the Strongs and then this statement about Logos. You don't usually mention Logos. So this tells me right now she's writing to a popular level. She's mentioned the word etymology. She's mentioned the word root. And there's fallacies all tied to that stuff. I'm not saying that she's made some horrible mistake right now, but I'm just trying to evaluate her based on her reading and her writing right now concerning this scholarship. Because
Okay.
I couldn't turn this in to my seminary professors and it'd be acceptable, especially on the area of Hebrew.
Okay.
They just so what it feels like at this point, she's trying to make this big deal and bring in these other people that she thinks are authoritative to
Yeah.
support her argument, but they're just repeating the same thing.
Okay.
So I'm just bringing up this information so that we can think critically about what we're reading and evaluating, because later on in the future we'll get into word studies and fallacies and all of that stuff. But I just wanted to mention that. But go ahead.
Okay. Is it kind of like almost on a level of committing eisegesis of like pulling different texts in to support your view? She's pulling different commentaries in to support her view.
she's trying to make her argument look stronger than it actually is, and she
Okay.
may be doing it by ignorance. She's using popular tools instead of scholarly tools.
Mm-hmm.
Or let me clarify.
Like
Gesenius is still
tools that the layman would use that like people like kind of like me written to an an audience like me, not to an audience like you.
right, and that's fine if that's her audience. But my question is, does she have the scholarly acumen to be able to handle this topic? Because
Okay.
I feel like that she's being very wordy, and she don't need to have all of this.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
just trying.
you tell me. I'm going to read a little bit, and you tell me when you've had enough. Okay.
No, it's not that I don't have enough. I'm just trying to, because I know you know how to think critically in a lot of
Yeah.
areas, but linguistic areas, language areas, these areas like that, it's a special discipline. Okay.
Absolutely.
And right now, people are criticizing me. There's going to become a Hebrew scholar up here. What do you mean? That just happens.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so he sees tohu as that which is, hold on, I went backwards, didn't I? Did I go backwards, right? And I was over here because you wanted me to go back.
Yeah, I think you go
Um,
up now. Yeah,
yes,
you got it.
maybe. No, I need to go. I'm right down here. Okay. So this Gesenius. Hi, baby. Hi. Hold on. Mommy's presenting right now, okay? I love you. Mwah, 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 mwah. Okay, good night. Go to bed for church tomorrow, okay? I love you. Bye. Okay. All right, sorry. My son just got out of the bathtub. He's up late because, mom's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this guy, he says, hold on, where was I?
Then there's the
in this
Gesenius.
source.
Yeah, but look what she's doing. Then there's the Gesenius
Okay.
Hebrew Kabi lexicon, which is acknowledged by Logos Bible Software to have been, notice not now, among the most trusted and definitive resources for students of Hebrew for over 100 years. So it's the standard, it's a has-been
Yeah.
standard, and then she footnotes it. So she's trying
Yes.
to, and it's like, you don't, that's common knowledge, you don't need that footnoted. But anyway, go ahead. In this source, go ahead.
Okay. The German Bible professor William Gesenius sees tohu that which is wasted, laid waste. Genesis 1:2 and bohu. Genesis bohu for bohu simply as emptiness and voidness. Okay, so to the question we must ask at this point, would God himself create something so associated in the languages of his people, the Jews and their Hebrews, with destruction, waste, desolation, chaos, confusion, worthlessness, and moral depravity? The answer is, of course,
Pause.
an emphatic
Another
resounding
option.
no.
Another option, and this is an old option, is that it's describing an unmolded clay, an unmolded form. Okay, so it's not wicked, it's not wasteful, it's not judged, it's just a lump of clay that has not been shaped. That's an old argument, and therefore it's describing pottery type imagery, some people would point out.
Yes.
And that imagery does occur in Genesis chapter 2.
And that I would say that would be totally fine, but the next part of it makes it very suspect that it's not that. And the part where in darkness was upon the face of the deep. Like why is darkness upon the face of the deep?
Well,
I don't
okay,
know.
but here's the question. Is darkness evil?
So then the Bible is always associated with evil. We are the children of day, not of dark, and there's lots of verses like that. So,
but did it start that way?
Well,
Think of
I
it
mean,
like this. Ain't,
if you think
go
about the
ahead.
creation and the 6-day creation, I mean, it doesn't even say, and it was a day and night. It says, and there was morning and there was evening, but it doesn't even say night. So I
Yeah.
don't know.
Well, okay, but the word for darkness is koshek. It's not Lila. What Delilah? You know, that's her name, means darkness. I mean,
Oh, I didn't know
night.
that.
Night. No, it means night. I'm sorry, not darkness. But
Okay.
koshek means darkness. Now, here's the thing to think about. Angels, or sometimes people think that in Job, where it talks about the stars singing, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Stars are in the sky, the night sky. One of those stars fell. And we know in Revelations, right, a third of the stars fell with them. I think
Yeah.
that's in the future. But so you have this idea that night, what like Lucifer, it was a good thing. It was a neutral thing. Then you have the possibility of it taking on a bad connotation. Okay. Another thing to think about is that you have a form and filling idea throughout Genesis, where the sphere, the realm is mentioned as created, and then
Mm-hmm.
it's filled. It's filled. So I don't know if that reaches back into the night thing, but my point is that whenever now what it says is what's it say in the passage? And darkness was over. How does it
Upon
say it?
and dark, I'll read it, but I'm pretty sure it's darkness was upon the face of the deep. And darkness was upon the face of the deep.
Right. Okay. So darkness.
Yes.
So the question is, why is it dark? Is it because the glory of the Lord is not shining on it? Is it because, was there an ice canopy around the earth blocking the rays of the sun? Is it does it represent the spiritual kingdom? What is about abyss? These are all assumptions that people have about all of that. But I don't necessarily know, because here's the thing. There's a passage in scripture that says that God dwells in thick darkness. So darkness by itself is not necessarily evil.
Yeah, I mean, and then the one that David says, if I make my bed and appear, you're there. If I
You're
make
there.
my, and
Right.
below you're there. So I mean,
Mm-hmm.
God's in hell too, or Hades. What
Right.
they would have
Well, God's
called it.
omnipresent. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these are just things. So we're just evaluating the case. So, okay. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. So she's going to argue this perfect. The works are perfect. Deuteronomy 32:4 and glorious Psalm 111:3, to name only two of countless other biblical references that acknowledges his handiwork to be exactly what he calls it throughout Genesis after he restored it good or very good. And in 1 Corinthians 14:33, we specifically read that God is not the author of confusion, meaning he wouldn't have purposefully designed a planet tohu bohu. But if God is not personally accountable for this state of the earth, if he did not set out to make paradise for his creatures that would ever be described in this way, as so many other Old Testament verses show, then we're left to fill in the blanks as to what may have occurred between void and good earth and what's being took. Oh, I didn't finish that one. Okay, so then and here's more commentary. There's multiple, so this
Yeah.
one, this part,
Jameson,
a lot of
Fawcett,
it's
and
just
Brown.
looking at.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
I
is a
like
good
JFB
commentary.
a lot,
It
actually.
it's a good commentary, but it's old. Um,
Yeah, yeah, but I really
but
like it.
it
It's
no, it's good.
free
It's
grace.
good.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's
Okay,
free
so it's
grace. You
1831.
might have found that. I don't know if I found that, but go ahead.
It's what? It's free grace. Oh,
No, you
you're
said
saying
it's
it's
free
not
grace.
free grace. Yeah.
I don't
So,
think it's free grace, but if you
oh, what do
found
you think
something,
it
that's
is?
good.
What do you think?
Uh,
It's more like reformed. like Calvinist?
I don't know. I honestly
You don't
don't.
know?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So it has produced many derived works, including abridgments, volumes, and appraisals by later scholars of Tohu and Bohu in Genesis 1-2. They conclude this globe at some undescribed period, having been convulsed and broken up, was dark and watery waste for ages, perhaps, till out of this chaotic state, the present fabric of the world was made by God to arise. Okay, so that's the end of what that commentary
Okay,
says.
now watch what she's doing. Now she's about to quote something from Dallas Theological Seminary, Alan P. Ross, the Bible Knowledge
Mhm.
Commentary, which is good. Now she's getting into better resources. I
Okay, so
mentioned Alan P.
although
Ross earlier. He's one of my favorite Hebrew guys. Go
so
ahead.
he wrote the Bible knowledge commentary. He ultimately comes to a different conclusion than I do about what might have occurred between void and good earth. He does admit that the Hebrew term tohu and bohu describe the early planet as a chaos of wasteness and emptiness and darkness. He immediately goes on to say such conditions would not result from God's creative work, bara. Rather, in the Bible, they are I don't know this
Symptomatic.
word. No.
Symptomatic.
Oh, I thought you were going to say symptomatically. Symptomatic. I do know that word. Symptomatic of sin and are coordinate with judgment.
And we're gonna
Sin
check.
is also showing judgment.
I got his full commentary, creation and blessing, which goes
Yeah.
into all this. We'll talk about that later. But go ahead. He's going to talk about Schofield now,
Okay, so here's Schofield. Let's
or
see.
she.
Yeah, she is. So she says Schofield takes Jeremiah and Isaiah into account to further deconstruct this without form and void conundrum. His study notes of Genesis 1-2 opens by cross-referencing Jeremiah 4:23 through 26 and Isaiah 24:1 and 45:18, which he says clearly indicate that the earth had undergone a cataclysmic change as a result of a divine judgment. Back up. The face of the earth bears everywhere the marks of such a catastrophe, and in truncated staccato form, Um, Ethelbert W. Bullinger, the Companion's Bible, being the authorized version of 1611 with structures and notes. Let's see. They say they look at more than just tohu and bohu. He zeroes in on what happens just before these terms to when Genesis 1-2 states the earth was Hebrew Haya, tohu and bohu, and compares what was means in relationship to tohu and bohu throughout the rest of the scripture. So this commentary says was equals became. So that's kind of what Heiser was saying, and then backs it up with all those verses. And then it goes on to say became keeper, quit equals became or become men. The bottom line here, so this is what she's saying. The bottom line here is that was is better rendered became without form. Wait, oh, actually, no, that's not what she was saying. Sorry. That's still the commentary. So the commentary said the bottom line here is that was is better rendered became. Without form equals waste. They're saying Hebrews tohu and babohu, not created tohu, Isaiah 45:18, but became tohu, Genesis 1-2, 2 Peter 3:5 and 6. An enemy hath done this, Matthew 13:25. So this is the references that they're giving that relate to it, that they believe relate to it. Matthew 13:25, 28, and 39, and 1 Corinthians 14:33. Okay, so this is her words. She said, wait a second, what was that? The Hebrew. Okay. The Hebrew word Haya often conveys became over its was alternative. It's surprising how many English Bibles prefer was in this location when it's clear that God would not have created an earth that was a place of pure chaos. Okay. Do you want me to continue? So,
Yeah. As long as
this
you
is
want to
like
go, you
Briggs.
can go.
So this is like Briggs, Brown Driver Briggs on haya, the verb haya. They say that it means fall out or come to pass. If there's a fall out, like a falling out, come to pass. Or hold on, is that what that means? Fall out, like a falling out, right?
Yeah. So
Or not?
if something
No, it's a
come
verb.
come out, yeah, it's a verb. But
Fall
if you
out.
like, if you say
Fall out
something
of.
came out, yeah, fall out of, come to
Yes. Okay.
pass.
So come to pass, become, or be. So fallout, happen, occur, take place, come about, come to pass, all of those.
Right. Right.
So in Bullinger's aforementioned treatment of without form, the last thing he does before moving on to another word is link the concept of became to the working of an enemy. So, for example, an enemy hath done this.
Yeah,
Matthew
that's
13:25.
his theological that's his
Yes.
theological assumption.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, okay, so an enemy hath done this. So I put this in there. So it says, but while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares amongst the wheat and went his way. And then in verse 28 it says, he said unto him, an enemy hath done this. The servant said unto him, wilt thou then go and gather them up? So, okay. What she's saying is that this guy is Matthew
Hunger. Yeah.
13:25. So
He's the
he's the
ultra
one from up here,
dispensationalist.
right?
Yeah, the from the companion Bible. Yes.
Yeah.
He's the ultra dispensationalist that made the companion Bible, which has tons of figures of speech in them.
What does ultra
That's what he's
dispensationalist mean?
well, you have two different terms. You have ultra dispensationalists, you got hyper dispensationalists, you got mid-ax dispensationalists. Ultra dispensationalist is the title that Ryrie gave people that do not believe that the church began in Acts 2. Okay, they
Oh,
thought it
okay.
began, so sort of like mid-Acts dispensationalists, Acts 9, and all of that. Now,
Acts
the
28.
thing is when you call someone a hyper dispensationalist, they'll say they're not hyper. The reason being because they can always point to somebody else that's more hyper than them. Okay, but
Okay.
the word hyper, whenever people are using the term hyper, they're not using it to mean an extreme. What they're meaning is you're going beyond the actual position, meaning you're not. So if you say hyper dispensationalist, really what that means is you're not a dispensationalist. When you say hyper grace, that means you're not free grace. You know, uh, but
Okay. Yeah.
so anyway, I'll talk about that later on. But yeah, so okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, I mean, that's pretty much it with that. And then I just got one more slide.
Okay.
All right. So this is back to Arlen Chitwood and some of his information from his book of the study of scripture. Okay. And I didn't put like labels like where I'm supposed to go. I put like a 1, 2, and 3 of where I'm supposed to go because you can put stuff anywhere here. But I didn't do it on this slide. Okay, so basically, going over the septenary structure. Septenary means the word sept is 7, right? Sept. And then Janet really threw me for a loop when I was telling her about this one day. She goes, hold on a second. What about September is the 9th month? She said to me. And I go, yes, it is. She picks up on things that's just like, what? You just blew my mind. So why is I don't know why September is the 9th month and not the 7th, but it should totally be the 7th, shouldn't it?
Well, let's see
Yeah, so
what it means.
Okay. That's funny.
What is the original meaning of September? The seventh month of the year was called September from septem, a Latin word meaning seven. The name was spelled September when it was borrowed for early French in the Middle English, but eventually the English spelling was changed to that of the original Latin. So it was usually called the seventh month. That's insane. All right, so hold on. All right, so it was originally seventh month in the oldest known Roman calendar. I think that's the Julian, the calendar. No, calendar Romulus, 750 BC, with March being Martius, the first month of the year until perhaps latest 451 BC. After the calendar reform that added January and February to the beginning of the year, September became the ninth month, but retained its name. So yeah,
Okay, yeah.
Janet caught
October
it.
is 8.
Yeah.
Oct is 8. So yes, this all makes sense now. Thank you, Janet.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Cool.
Okay, so yeah, so septenary means 7. It does not mean 9. So the septenary structure is talking about the 7, the structure of sevens in the Bible. Okay, so this is from Arlen Chitwood. So we've already been through this chart once, but we didn't see the bottom part of it. So septenary, as in here's your first 7 days of creation. Okay, so and then it's structured into 6 days of work and then 1 day of rest. Okay, so you have the 6 and the 1. You can also look at it like you can also break it down like this. So he believes that the first 2,000 years are for the dispensation of the Gentiles. And I think everybody would agree with that because there was no Israelites or Hebrews or anything like that. Then you have Abraham that comes and God deals for almost 2,000 years, 1,993 years. We're missing 7 with the Israelites. You have the cross right here. And then you have another 2,000 years dealing with the dispensation of the church or, the Christians. Which can include also the Israelites, people, the Hebrews and stuff like that. But if they become, if they believe, then they would technically be considered a Christian because they're going to draw from our blessings, right? Because they're Christian and not and rewards and not the Hebrew. If they become a Christian. So then you have your day of rest, which equals the millennial kingdom, the 1,000 years of Jesus reigning. So you can now begin to see a new structure of thinking about it as in days too. So like in the New Testament, it's always saying after 2 days on the third day. So Arlen Chitwood picked up on this, and I don't know if this is his original work. I doubt it is. It's probably, passed on from somebody else. But he sees the structure within this too, because it's saying after 2 days. Well, he's dealing with the Christians. Here's Jesus. He's dealing with the Christians after 2 days. The third day, he's talking about on the third day, the millennial kingdom. Okay. Or on the third day would be for us, the millennial kingdom, the Christians. Okay. So you see this structure a lot in the New Testament, and it says it over and over and over again. I went through and looked after 2 days on the third day. Jesus says this a lot. So I think it has some significant meaning of like what he's trying to show, what's going to happen after 2 days in the millennial kingdom. And even of Jesus, the picture of his resurrection, he rose on the third day. Well, why is it the third day and not the seventh day? Well, to us, it's the third day after after basically we were created. The church was created in Acts 2. It is after 2 days that all of this is going to occur. So after 2,000 years. So you can start looking at scripture, kind of like that. Everything's broken up into this septenary structure, and then you can further break it up and see, especially in the New Testament information for us too. Okay, so the whole thing equals 7,000 years. All right, so we see in Genesis, we see a picture of the earth's restoration. That's what the whole Genesis 1, 2 through Genesis 2, 3 is the restoration of a ruined creation. And then furthermore, through, expounded upon through scripture and added upon throughout all of the books is the restoration of man's creation, because we fell also. So we're being restored, and that's basically what the majority of the Bible is about our restoration, our sanctification, how God wants us to live, and an instruction manual for us, setting ourselves apart so that we can serve God, so that we can serve him in the millennia. So Chitwood sees it as for Genesis, like the earth's restoration. He says that, let me go move it. Hold on one second. Can you talk for just a second? Charles? Did you walk away?
Yeah. I'm here. I got it.
I'm so sorry. Can you talk for just a second? My son just came in, and I have to take him.
Yeah, no problem. I'm going to share my screen and just remind people that you can go to Constable's Notes. You type in Constable's Notes and Genesis, and you would get it like that. It used to be at Plano Bible Chapel, but now it's redirecting back to their original site, Sonic Light. For a while, I think Sonic Light, they weren't using this site. But anyway, you can do HTML or you can do PDF. We're going to do PDF. We're going to go to Genesis. This is a commentary, Dallas Theological Seminary guy, updated every year. But the thing I want to show y'all is a lot of the things that Ashley's been talking about, that I've been talking about here. Remember, this is 2024. This is conservative. He's young earth, as far as I know. But you keep going. And I got this in Logos, but I'm just showing you it this way. He's given the message of the book. Keep going. He got this chapter 1, primeval events. And, he got a discussion about that, about the main structure of the book, and the story of creation. Okay? So God is the grammatical subject of the sentence, and continues the thematic subject throughout the count. He also gives all these resources, Ross, creation, and blessing, that you can see. You keep going, and then you got different people that he quotes on different things. Genesis 1:2-4 is clearly is a unit, historic introduction 1:1, a body 1:2-2:3, and a conclusion. And so you see John Sailhammer. That's what I was mentioning earlier to study in this. Then you got a discussion about historical narrative and the genre, right? That aspect of things, and resources for you to look for that. And then you have the initial statement of creation 1:1. So they're saying the purpose statement is threefold: to identify the creator, to explain the origin of the world, and to tie the God in the past to the work of God in the future. And you can see who's saying that. That's Sailhammer. And then right here, the beginning. This beginning is the beginning of the creation of the cosmos, physical universe, not the beginning of all things. And you got a footnote too, and it says quotations from the English Bible in NASB. So that's, he's using the NASB mainly. This appears to be clear from the context. Genesis has been called the book of beginnings because it records the beginning of so many things. Then it says, contrary to ancient Near Eastern mythologies, it's talking about cosmology there. And then you got the discussion about Elohim. You keep going. And then it goes into a discussion of bara, create, and the discussion about that. and then it's going to have a 4. See Ronald Allen, great Hebrew scholar, discussion of that. Then it goes into the heavens and the earth, refers to the universe as we know it, the sky above it and all that is in it, the earth below. There's no single word in Hebrew for universe. The word land, it's making a discussion about that. The promised land. These are some of the things I was talking about earlier. So, so you look at Sailhammer as mentioning that. He gets a discussion about the theology and everything. The discussion about ex nihilo, created out of nothing versus something already existing. The difference between bara and yotzer, to form or made. The discussion about formless and desolate. And then what he does here, verse 1, there are 3 major views concerning the relationship of 1-1 to the rest of creation. This is what Ashley was talking about. Verse 1 describes God's original creation of the universe. Then God began fashioning the earth, and it became fully formed as we now know it in verse 2 of verse 3. This double creation view may not involve a gap in time between verses 1 and 2. Okay, so we got a couple of statements here. Looking at the footnotes, it says C. Baxter. I think that's the one for that one. Or maybe it's this one here. Some advocates of this believe that the original creation became chaotic as a result of divine judgment. So we look at 1 and 2. So you look what he does here. He gives you all the people that advocate for the first view, gap time. So this is Ashley did some of this work on her own, but here's more people that hold to those views, more resources you could go into, and as well as those who hold to a gap but don't necessarily believe in the fall of Satan. More information history follows in my comments on 1 too. So he goes into discussing that about the earth being preformed, like the lump of clay thing, the form and fill it idea, right? A discussion about is it formless, desolate. Ashley, do you know what a Hendiades is or Hendiades is?
A diadus. So that would
Yeah.
be like a crown that, like, what is it? There's 2 different types of crowns, and one of them is the one that
No,
like
no, you're thinking of the word diadem.
Oh, okay, never mind. Then no, I don't know what that is.
The Greek word for one is hen. The Greek word for dia, is through, and deuce is two, like you chunk the deuce. So Hendiades is where you're having 2 words, 2, or well, let me read it like this: 1 through 2. In other words, it has one meaning expressed through 2 concepts. So in other words, formless and desolate or form and void are not 2 different ideas. It's 2 words describing the exact same thing. So they're like synonyms. So that's just a figure of speech to keep in mind. You'll see that in discussion a lot. Here he explains it right now. Hendiades is a figure of speech in which the writer expresses a single complex idea by joining 2 substantives with and rather than by using an adjective and a substantive. Various English translations render the expression formless and void, formless and empty, and without shape and empty. So he goes into the discussion about darkness. Look, the Hebrew word for darkness simply means darkness, but in the Bible, it's come to symbolize what opposes God, such as judgment, death, and oppression. It's a fitting cover for the primeval waste, but it prepares the reader for the fact that God is about to reveal himself through his works. That's one way. It goes into the issue of the deep, Tehom, and the abyss. Let me see what else. But if you go to the appendix of the book, here's some really good appendixes. Or how do you say it? Is it
Appendices?
Yeah, appendices. I think that's how you say it. So we got to go all the way through all these to get there. Am I just going in circles? Feels like it. Let me go backwards. This way you can get, it's easier to do it in a Logos. Here's the bibliography for the entire Genesis one. So here's all the resources. Oh my goodness. Let me move it up a little bit. Man, I'm still in the P's. Lots of resources. Great, great. All right, now we're in the A's at least. So if you look at his appendices, he's got Ashley, do you have Constable's notes in Logos?
I don't. No, they want to charge like I don't know. I don't know. It's like $30 or some
no,
dollars
that's
for
fine.
them.
Yeah, just use the free one. Appendix 4 comparison of the flood story, so it does it through the different ones. So you got that appendices. Look at this timeline here. Chronology of these. My wife showed me a book once where she made her own timelines and genealogies before we ever met. It blew my mind. So he does it.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah. So look, he's evaluating all the creationist views right here in this section. He gives the pros and the cons for each one, and also about how to understand Yom and things like that, the different views. So this is a good place to begin. Yeah, 5 views of creation. So you got atheistic evolution. He gives what it is, the problems. Theistic evolution, statement of the view, positive aspects, problems with the view, an evaluation. Progressive creationism, statement, positive, the views, the different advocates, what they hold to, an evaluation of it. 6-day creationism, same thing, the issues, and every view has issues. The gap theory, here it is right here, discussed into that. Problems and modern advocates. And then I can't remember what the other appendices is. The other appendixes. There's 2 more, but those are the main ones.
So does he?
But the
he
other
goes over like
do what?
On the charts and stuff. He has different charts of. He has like different charts of the different views too.
Yeah, well, and there he didn't use charts. He used outlines, but I mean outline. But you could turn it into a chart. But the other resource to use is Bible.org. Have you ever used Bible.org, Ashley?
Yes, I'm pretty sure that you had me use it when we were doing our Bible study
Yes,
stuff.
right.
Can you hear me? Okay.
So you go. Yeah, I can hear you. There's a little bit of a delay. All right, so you go to Bible.org. You go to Study Net Bible. Open it up, and it's on net too. But if you go to Genesis 1:1, you see this translation here, the Net Bible, Ashley?
Yes.
All right. In the beginning,
Yes.
God created the heavens and the earth. Well, if we click on 1, it's going to give a translation note, and I'll blow this up. There's a lot of things that are available here, but oh my goodness. Well, I ain't going to do it like that. I guess I can't blow it up. At least not that far. Yeah, it glitched whenever I did that, so I had to keep it at the regular size. Look what happened. I messed it all up. All right, let's try it again. So look, I'll read this, okay? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. TN stands for translation note. Constable's notes is also here too, by the way. But it says the translation assumes that the form translating beginning is in the absolute state rather than the construct state, in the beginning of or when God created. In other words, the clause in verse 1 is a main clause. Verse 2 has three clauses that are descriptive and supply background information. And verse 3 begins the narrative sequence proper. The referent of the word beginning has to be defined from the context since there's no beginning or ending. And then it gives a study note about all of that. And then you can see that it does the same thing with the disjunctive clause. This will go into Hebrew and Greek very deep. But at the beginning gives background information of the following narrative and all of that. I first started studying this. I was first exposed probably around 2006 to a lot of these issues. But it was over a period of few years because I was already started learning Hebrew in 2009 that I had to start going into this stuff more in detail. But you can find the resources there. But I want to show you on my Logos, and I'll
And I
turn it
missed
right
the
back.
beginning because I was like taking my son. So I missed the beginning of like what even that resource was that you were going over with me.
That was just Constable's note.
No, before that, there was a guy and he had a book. He had he was comparing the different ones and he had a bunch of sources,
No, it was Constable's
appendices.
notes. It was Constable's
That was Constable's
notes.
notes.
Yes, that was Constable's
Oh.
notes.
How do you get to all those different places then?
That's at the commentary. You just go to the commentary. It's all there. So
Okay.
yeah, just go to Genesis. And it's there. It's all there. That's what I'm saying. You did a lot of good work, and you pulled from what you had. But like I said, in the future, I would like to see you interact with Constable's notes as well as the Net Bible, because these are two good resources that some of the main scholars, or at least high-profile pastors or Bible teachers that I really like, they interact with this stuff, you know.
Okay,
And
hold on. I'm writing this down. React with Constable's notes and the NET, the NET
yeah, the Net
Bible,
Bible notes. Yeah, the notes. You know,
the
what do they
Bible
say
note.
about certain things? Because what that does is that's going to give you something conservative, and this is a little bit more liberal. Okay,
Oh, for
not
sure, yes.
liberal's not the, yeah, because it's Dallas Theological Seminary, but you're just going to have a lot more scholarly stuff here. And there's other
Okay.
resources I can show you in the future that we will integrate into your study. The Net Bible is one of the resources I taught Janet how to use early on. Okay, let's see here. Now,
So how do you get to the Net Bible again? I can't, tell me again.
Bible.org.
Bible.org.
Yeah, then you go to study, this tab that says study, and click Net Bible.
Okay. I'm writing it down. Yep. You've taught me this before.
Yeah, well, let me show you a few other things since we're here. Let's say we're studying a particular book. You can study by book. And let's say you go to Genesis. It gives you all these people that have contributed stuff on Genesis. The problem, even though this stuff is good, a lot of this stuff is more on the preacher sermon type stuff.
Okay.
And so you want to weed that out. So I wouldn't go that route. You could do topic as well. So this is what I would do. So when let's say we're in Genesis, right? We're in Genesis 1. This is what I used to do for years before I ever had Logos. Is you see how you got notes, Bibles, Hebrew, library, search? Watch what happens when I click library. All right. So Genesis 1:1. It should be showing me things here. Did they change it? Search. Did they remove the articles? Are y'all serious? Or is this just glitching on me again? library. All right, so let's just do this. Type in the word Septenary. SEPTENTARY.
T.
Let's just do that. So look what it does. It showed up in 0 journals. That's
I
so
think
shocking,
you
right?
spelled it wrong.
Oh, that makes sense. SEPENARY. Now let's do it. Now look what happens. Bible 0, Bible org 0 notes, but then journals. And look here, Septenary time and the origin of the Sabbath. So this is a BibSac article, Dallas Theological Seminary, or at least that's what it is now, 1889. Okay, and then it's got another article. So we click on it, and look, boom, you got access. You got access to parts of it. You don't got access to all of it. But see what it says? This is a free preview of journal articles provided by Galaxy Software.
Uh-huh.
I could teach you about Galaxy Software, but essentially if you paid $50 a year, you get access to everything. And you could get them in your Logos too for the same thing. You could do it through Galaxy or you could do it through Logos. Or you could pay $5 a month. I don't know. Whichever. Or another option is you could just contact me and say, hey, can you get me this article for this? And I can get you that article.
Okay.
But this is a way for you to get into more of the journal type stuff,
Yes.
So this is everybody that's mentioning these categories. The main thing is you got to remember your time limit, especially if you're doing presentations. So that's why I say start with Constable's notes. Look at the resources he brings up. Okay, so I mean, look, Saulheimer, Genesis. Well, if you don't know anything about Saulheimer, Genesis, then I mean, you could do it by looking at the bibliography, but just type into Google Saulheimer, Genesis, and then you see that you're on Genesis Unbound. He's got a book
Yes.
like that. He's got lots of other resources, and so you can get access to other scholarly stuff. You could find YouTube videos about the person and their writings. I've read a lot of their stuff. You can do it. So this gives you access into scholarship, and to dig deeper,
Yes.
So hopefully that helps.
Yes, it
All
does.
right,
I mean,
back to you. You're gonna continue sharing.
yeah, I don't have very much more at all, just very little bit.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So this was back to Chitwood, and he thinks he sees a septenary structure throughout the Bible. In Genesis, he sees it being developed through words, Genesis, and throughout Scripture. The rest is Scripture, developed through like word pictures and types, so types and antitypes. And a lot of people understand what I mean by that when I say, like, you see it like Joseph is a type of Christ. Okay, so a lot of the biblical characters end up being types of Christ or types of Satan or the adversary. So examples like, well, he thinks that Enoch is a type of the rapture of the church. The flood of Noah's day is the type of the tribulation. The Tower of Babel is a type of the one world government during the tribulational period. So a lot of people would agree with these types and antitypes. Melchizedek is a type of Christ as the king priest in the millennial reign. Isaac is a type of Jesus because he's being sacrificed. So on and so forth. Okay, Joseph a type of Christ. Ruth and Orpah are types of the faithful and unfaithful Christians, respectively. Now, maybe somebody has not ever heard that one. Joshua, like Joshua means Jesus in Hebrew, is a type of Christ who delivers his people. So, he sees it as being, shown as in like the word pictures, types and antitypes. Now, in the New Testament, so he believes that Genesis and John are basically mirrors of one another. Like especially in the how John begins, it mirrors how Genesis begins and goes. So he sees John, you can see it through 8 signs. And I started going through and actually like looking like, what are these signs, like to see, you know, like, is he telling the truth? Like, so I started going through the signs. He says there's 8 signs in John. Okay. So I went through the book of John and I started going, okay, well, what's the first sign? The wedding festival. Okay. Cana, Jesus turned water into wine. This foreshadows Israel's national restoration in the millennial kingdom, water to wine. But thou hast kept the good wine until now. Okay, so that's what one of the verses says. But thou hast kept the good wine until now. It was saved, and the wedding festivities that follow. So this, coincidentally, I was looking at also trying to tie it to his connection of like, what day is it on? Well, it actually says this is the 3rd day, on the 3rd day. So that makes sense. It would be about, like, the sign is about the restoration of Israel. It happens on the 3rd day. So I went in, what's the second sign? A nobleman's son is healed. A nobleman, like an authority figure, some type of king or something. His son is sick. Jesus says, go thy way, thy son liveth. He doesn't even go to the son, right? So after spending 2 days, it says in the Bible, with the Samaritans, which are a mixed race of Jews and Gentiles, because that's the kingdom, the 10 tribes that mixed, right? So it foreshadows 2,000 years with the mixed race and Christians. Jesus will return to Israel and be received by his people and heal them. So it does say after 2 days, Jesus departed Samaria and healing occurred on the 3rd day, the Sabbath day, on the 7th day, or after 2 days, or on the 3rd day, you know? So they all mean like the same thing. The 3rd one, and I didn't get finished this chart. So the 3rd one, I went and is a certain man healed. Jesus heals a crippled man at the pool. He's touched the pool where it says that it was touched by an angel. Okay, so they're waiting. He's waiting. The guy is waiting for somebody to carry him into the water to be healed. Okay, so this is in John 5. So I said it's also dealing with the Israelites' idolatrous condition, the man trusting in pagan ideals like the water healing him, and the future healing of the nation. It says in the Bible that it happens on the Sabbath day, and that's in verse 5:9. So then the last one I got was the 4th miracle, or the 4th sign, the feeding of the multitude with 5 barley loaves and 2 fish. They were first given to the disciples. The disciples ate them. Then the crumbs were gathered up, and it filled 12 baskets to feed 5,000. Okay, so what does that foreshadow? It foreshadows the supernatural provisions that Israel will experience at God's hand after they are healed in the millennial kingdom. Okay, and that's as far as I got. I never got my chart finished because I was still working. So my last thing is kind of just like a brief overview of what we talked about. And let me go a little bit more. Okay, so this one is kind of breaking it down into Arlen Chitwood, what he thinks is the dispensation. So he says the first dispensation is the dispensation of the Gentiles, the 2,000 years. Second dispensation is with the Jews. Then you have Christ on the cross. The third dispensation, and I should put this with it. The first dispensation was the Gentiles, and it was for 2 days. The second dispensation, you'll see the language of 2 days. And then this is the New Testament after Christ, and your third dispensation, which was what we're currently in, it's also for 2 days. Okay, so that's our church. And then we see the rapture of the church, the judgment seat of Christ, the Jews' tribulation for 7 years. So now he has to finish that 2,000 year period because he only got 1,993 years with them. And then you see the wedding festivities happen at the end of the tribulation, and then the 1,000 year reign. Also being called like the Lord's Day, the Sabbath day, the seventh day, the third day, the resurrection, the rulership, Christ's millennial kingdom, etc. Great white throne judgment after that, at some point, not directly after, because we know Satan's loosed, and then eternity future, like the new heavens, new earth time period. So in this time period right here, where Christ is right before Christ is on the cross, he's actually anointed as king. Christ anointed as king, but will not ascend the throne, just like as in the type, like with David. So he's not going to ascend the throne until God deals with the current king, Satan. So, and just like the story of David, where David's anointed when he is young, like 16 years old, I think it is, where Samuel comes and calls him out from his brothers and anoints him. He's technically anointed as king at that point. But, he doesn't ascend the throne for many years later. There's all kinds of trials and tribulations that he goes through in that time period, and including going and killing Goliath, becoming part of the royal family, marrying the daughter of the king, and then going into exile. And then, so it's all a picture. You can see it through pictures. Now, what Charles was probably going to tell me about, which he's already, told me about before, is you have to be very careful with types and antitypes, and they have to follow a certain set of rules, that so you don't get into the amillennial. That's how what the amillennials do. They just make everything a type and antitype, and you can basically write into what the scripture whatever you want to happen through that process of using types and antitypes. So you can't just make anything a type and antitype that you want to. Like there's certain rules that you have to follow. Like it has to build on each other. It has to present logical information that adds to the story or the type, that kind of stuff. So you do really have to be careful with that, because you could technically interpret scripture however you wanted to. And that's all I have for you guys today. So, I mean, we can definitely let people in. We can talk about this. I'm not full set on any view, to be honest with you. I did hold the traditional view, but I am seeing more evidence for other views of Satan actually having a kingdom, and maybe I wouldn't call it a pre-Adamic race. Like I wouldn't say it's any type of people, but I absolutely see Satan like trying to create beings or things, like, which ended up being monsters probably, because he wanted to be like the creator God. Doesn't he always copy everything that God does? So why would it be out of view or so illogical, or so like you couldn't even imagine that happening? Well, I mean, I absolutely can. I'm not going to shut out that view, because that's definitely within a purview that Satan could definitely do something like that. And he is the ruler of this world. So when did he become the ruler of this world? Because if he was created in Genesis 3 and 4, then how long did he rule for, and why is he the ruler? And I don't think it's a very their arguments of how he became ruler is very good. If you don't have a Satan having his own kingdom before the creation of the earth as it is today.
Yeah.
There are some views, but I don't like them.
Yeah. Hey, Christian King. So the thing about it is that whenever we're talking about the different views, I got to get my thought right. Oh, so I'm going to tell you this. I have always viewed that Satan fell before man was created. All right. Until probably about 2 years ago, I never believed there could be another option. Now, I knew from reading the Quran that there were other options. I knew from reading Paradise Lost, if I remember right, there were other options. In other words, that people held to out there. Um, but it wasn't until I think it was Andy Woods in his angelology, or maybe it was a Genesis. He mentions it in both places. He makes the argument and he appeals to Reynolds Showers. And I went and got the book, but I'll get it off my shelf in a second. But he argues that Satan fell after God created man on day 6. That's when Satan fell out of jealousy. So if you have that view, then you don't have Satan falling in Genesis 1-2.
So no, so does he believe that Satan was created in Genesis 1, like 3, at the very, very beginning of creation on like the first day? And then he has him falling already in 6 days?
I don't think anybody thinks about, well, I'll take that back. There are some that argue for the creation of Lucifer when it says in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. And you know that would if that's just referring to all of creation, including angels, then he would be included in there. Some would just take the view that it's not even talking about angels. That's not the focus. It's like it's not talking about God. It's focusing on what God's doing, but not saying anything about what God where he dwells or anything like that, if he dwells anywhere. It's not making any statements like that. So let me share my screen and let's see if we can come up with resources about that, because the thing is that even if you hold to a fall idea, it doesn't necessarily have to include Satan in it, just as Constable's notes mentioned. So Renaud Showers fall of Satan on day 6. So this is Israel, my glory. This is Renaud Shower used to be over this. This is Dr. Stollard's ministry as well, and Doug Bookman. These are all dispensationalists. And so let's blow this up. The origin and fall of Satan. Okay, I'm just going to skip some of this. Preliminary question. As important as Simeon's angelic rebellion was, Scripture does not include an explicit record of the event. It is the account of Adam's fall, Genesis 3, that Satan first appears in the Old Testament. But there he is already fallen tempter who seduces the first humans to sin. Thus, Satan's fallenness is treated as fact early in Scripture. But for reasons nowhere made clear, the actual account of his fall is absent from the record. Yet the event is twice remembered in the writings of the prophets by Isaiah in the midst of inspired diatribe against Babylon. And this passage is debated. In fact, Fruitenbaum, Andy Woods, and I can't remember the other guy, they all debated this passage. And debating what they did was they gave counter presentations at the same conference. And later by Ezekiel as excoriates the king of Tyre. These two passages tell us most of what we know about Satan's fall. But herein lies a bit of exegetical rub. In both passages, the perceived remembrance of Lucifer's rebellion enters so abruptly in the context that do not deal with Satan at all that many expositors have rejected the idea that the passages refer to a Luciferian rebellion, insisting that the focus is exclusively on the human rulers of the pagan nations being addressed. However, it's best to understand Isaiah and Ezekiel intended to direct people beyond the crimes of human kings to the great archetype of evil and rebellion, Satan himself. These passages include descriptions, so it goes into all that. So the idea that Satan's behind all this. And Satan's pedigree, description of him, his place, his position, his plummet. At this point, we encounter one of the deepest mysteries of the moral universe as revealed in Scripture. How came sin to enter the universe? It is clear that sin entered in connection with Satan's rebellion, But how did the wicked impulse arise in the heart of one created perfectly by a holy God? All right, so he's talking about all that. And let's see. I'm just skimming through. Okay, this is Bookman, but he's not mentioning. Here it is. Lucifer, another scripture, created very early on day one of creation. He watched God perform his creative work for 6 days. On the seventh day, he watches the Lord rested, having finished creating. Hence, it was at least the 8th day before Lucifer rebelled. So there's people, they're debating about that, but that's the only reason that one came up. But here is Andy Woods, the sanctity of the Sabbath. And Satan's fall took place in the interval between the end of creation. So let me pull this up. I don't know if you've used this site before. It all links to his YouTube, but this right here, you got his notes and his slides right here.
Yeah, I actually have. I'm pretty sure I went through his entire angelology because you recommended it, and I've also read his Kingdom book because you recommended that one too. But I remember his view about Satan. But go ahead.
All right. So yeah, I'm just showing it for the audience. All right. Well, where's it at? Not much of a notes here. Lord of the Sabbath. Maybe I'll go to the slides. All right. Creation, the fall, first day, creation week, good, likeness. Here's renowned showers. Here it is. When did Satan fall away and from where? It's from the book, Those Invisible Spirits. It's called Angels. And I'm still evaluating it, but I got the book. I think I got that book. I got a couple of his books, but I think I got that one. We noted earlier that sin was non-existent in every part of God's creation, including the angels, through the end of the 6th or final day of creation. Satan's fall, therefore, took place after the end of creation. However, Satan was evil by the time he came to earth to tempt man to fall away from God. These things prompt the conclusion that Satan's fall took place in the interval between the end of creation and the fall of man. How long was the interval? It must have been quite short, because when God created first man and woman, he commanded them to be fruitful and multiply. And so Andy Woods goes with showers on that. I'm still open to the issue, but of course, if that were true, Ashley, then that would mean that that would affect, what happens in 1-2. See, that's what I'm saying. There's so many issues. Like, I cannot be dogmatic about a lot of these issues, because if I move this one thing here, it's going to affect this over here. And it's like, I wouldn't build doctrines off of these. These are areas where, okay, maybe it's this, but we're in the area of, we're doing theology at that point, and theology is good to do, but there's a lot of assumptions, and we got to ask ourselves, what are the assumptions? What does the text intend? What do we know and what do we only think we know? And going from there. Like, did you hear what I was saying about Judas the other day?
I did.
About the it'd be better if he'd never be born.
Hold on, maybe not that. You were just talking about Judas on the debate after show, right?
Right. I
Yeah.
was talking about it'd be better if he'd never be born, and I went into the Job language and Jeremiah, and how they cursed the day that they were born, that they wish they had never known that day, and then other things like that. The reason I bring that up is because those are some of the passages that people bring up to try to make an argument that Judas, the throne. Oh, it'd be better if he never born. Therefore, Judas was never saved. I don't believe Judas is saved, but I guarantee if I'm ever in a debate and someone says, you can lose your salvation, and they're making a dogmatic claim that it's because Judas lost his salvation. I'm saying, okay, fine. I'll agree with you that Judas is saved. Prove to me that he lost his salvation. They're not going to be able to do it.
Yeah.
And so that's where I'm at on that. Now, since I bring that up, check this out. I was reading Fruit of Bomb today, and I'm going to be giving a stream on this probably tomorrow. And for the Jewish Life of Messiah class, and you know the passage where it talks about Judas hung himself,
Yeah.
and then his guts went everywhere.
Yeah.
I always thought, in my mind, the way that people have always reconciled it was, okay, he hung himself, and then he got exposed, and then his guts fell out, or maggots hit him, whatever it may be. You know, that was my idea. But what Fruitenbaum does, and I still haven't evaluated this, but what Fruitenbaum does is he says he hung himself, and what they would do with bodies to keep the city purified is they would throw the dead body over the wall. And that's what caused the busting.
Okay.
And
well,
then
he's hanging there dead. He's probably getting bloated, and then, you know, you throw him over a wall, he bust. Yeah.
Then the other thing that he talks about is the connection with Gehenna. And, you know, how they were throwing the bodies outside of the city, you know, when they were constantly be burning. And he was talking about in 70 AD, they got it from the literature that there were so many bodies because a million Jews died in 70 AD. And so they had to start burning them because there was nowhere to bury them, you know.
Yes.
And that's where the idea of Gehenna being linked to the lake of fire was connected.
Because of
70 AD. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I bring up 70 AD and look who pops up.
Oh my gosh. No, didn't that also happen with Antiochus Epiphanes also? Like
burning of the bodies? I don't know. But what he was talking about was Tophet. And like I said, I'm going to go into some of this.
Like Jesus was referencing this, so it had to have happened before because 70 AD was after Jesus, you know. So I'm pretty sure that this happened again too, the burning of the bodies.
Yeah, Christian King, sometimes that happens, man. I'm sorry that it happens. I wish I knew the solution to that. ACL says the half the testament is John the Baptist forsake all self, obtain the thought. Second half is Jesus used the parables to teach people to find the Holy Spirit. Okay. What's the point? But welcome. You're a moderator until you're not.
So
this one's poopy love.
It says, now this man purchased a field with the reward of iniquity, and falling headlong, he burst asunder in the midst, and all his bowels gushed out. That's
yeah. Yeah. So this guy, Poppy Love, I thought it said Poopy Love. Poppy Love. All right. Yeah. So anyway, I'll go into some of that later on. But my point is that that's why people get mad at me in these debates and stuff. They're like, y'all want to be dogmatic about these issues. And the reality is if you study deep enough, you find out there's very few things to be dogmatic about, you know, because how you explain things, it depends on certain assumptions and how you view things, you know. And
it's like the more you know, the more you find out you don't know.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Look, my answers don't matter. Me teaching y'all the process to get your own answers, that's what matters. That's why I say run it through the chart. Either disprove the chart or run it through the chart. On a tarot card, Judas hanged on a tarot card. What did you send me? Is it an image? Hanged man tarot card.
Oh, well, that would be, I don't
look at tarot cards.
You're not supposed to, but
yeah,
it makes sense why they would put Judas on there, you know?
Okay. All right, so let me try to wrap everything up that you've been talking about. You know, all right. So you essentially the title of this video is "What is the Kingdom of God?" The septenary structure of the Bible. You're using the big title "What is the Kingdom of God?" to talk about every subject underneath the sun, because you see everything is all connected, and I
Yeah.
agree it is. So the septenary structure is the idea that 7 day creation, 7,000 years, basically. 7 years are missing for the tribulation because there's an intercalation of the church age. Parenthetical statement. Different people use different language for that. What you essentially did was you were focusing in on when Satan fell, Genesis 1 2, how to view that structure. Is it but? Is it now? And all of that. We started going into the details about how do you, because of your scientific background, how do you, interpret the scriptures in a way that's faithful to the scriptures and not assume your scientific view. You brought in Michael Heisner to support some of the things about those assumptions into the text. We went into the stuff about the Hebrew that is involved in interpretation. And there are a couple other issues that came up. But is there anything else that I missed that you want the audience to really get?
And no matter which view you take of Genesis 1 and 2, the first, second, or third, if they're conjunctive or disjunctive, no matter what, the septenary structure still fits into that view, can still
Okay.
fit into the view.
Yeah, and I know we didn't touch everything, so I'll mention one of the issues. And you got a whole debate on this on SFT's channel that somebody did. One of the arguments for the fall of Satan is that would put death before death. That's
Yeah,
the
death
assumption.
before the fall. Okay, so yes, that's a huge issue. And I was actually looking very much into this issue. And there's really no proof to say that there's no death of animal death before the fall. You can absolutely prove that there's no death of humans, of the of our race, of our of humankind before the fall. But the verses that they use to like try to prove that there's no death before the fall don't actually hold water when you're looking at just animals, and we are not animals.
Okay.
So we can go into that too if you want to talk about that, because yeah, that's a huge hang up for people is, well, now you're saying there's death before the fall. Well, yeah, I'm saying there's death before the fall, but death of animals, not death of humans ever,
Right. No,
Yeah.
that's good. And yeah, there's big issues, but you know, that's what the layman seminary is about. This is what I want to tell you. Fruitenbaum, he said when he was a young Christian, I think it was, he said, he saw a track that said, this is, I think he went to seminary at this point. It said, was Judas saved? That's what it said on the track.
Huh.
He opened it up and it said, that's the wrong question. The question is, are you saved? And you know what Fruitenbaum called that? He said
What?
that's false advertisement. Because he was in the process of evaluating whether Judas is saved.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't believe Judas is saved, and he made the argument about the regret not being the change of mind, that idea there and all that. But regardless of that, I think that's serious. Is when you have a serious question and somebody's just ignores it or makes a joke or redirects you. I think it's clickbait.
Yeah.
I think people's questions need to be answered, and that's what we're trying to do. I don't know. Toronto's kind of upset because Dit did his he did debated last night, and Toronto can't stand Dit's approach, free grace debate approach, and I told them, I said, Dit was able to present all of his stuff. Toronto, you can present all of your stuff, It just Toronto can't come on here and say Jit's an idiot and a fool, and he can't do all that. I want a positive presentation of his argument for why he believes his view is superior to that.
Yeah.
Like in the debate, they did good in the debate, but they did horrible in the after shows and the reactions. But my point is that I'm not supporting what Dit believes. I just want it to be heard so that it could be evaluated, just like the things that you're bringing, and just like the things I'm bringing. It's more important that people catch the process to evaluate these things than it is for them to agree with me.
Exactly. Yes, you're right. Yes.
I don't agree with Kurt on things, but I still have him putting stuff out there and evaluating it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I'm absolutely for all of that, and that's why I'm here. And I'm more interested in learning how to study my Bible rather than listening to what other people tell me what the Bible says. So that's what I'm trying to work towards, is to, like, I just want to know how to study my Bible.
Yeah, that's great. And we're going to go back to doing Bible study and the languages and all of that stuff. It just this semester was been pretty tough on me.
Yeah.
But yeah. No, I thank you for, being available and being willing to do this,
Yes.
And you just let me know when you're ready to go again, and we'll fit you in the schedule,
Okay.
Is there anybody that wants to interact with Ashley, or do you need to go? You got church tomorrow?
No, I don't. No, I do have church, but I did want to interact. If anybody wants to interact, if you can come in and be respectful and have a conversation, because like I'm saying, I'm not dogmatic. Obviously, within my presentation, I'm giving different views and saying this is what, these are the different views. I don't subscribe to, really. I'm not dogmatic on any of them, really. So yes, if you want to talk, we can talk. Oh no, I don't want to rap battle you. It took, I wrote a rap and I sent it to Charles once, and I was like, yeah, it probably took me 2 hours to write that rap. And it was just a couple lines. No, I cannot think on my toes like that. Hold on, you're muted, Charles.
That's good that you wrote it, and because it took that long. But now we got beats and stuff,
Yeah.
So you could probably write it better than me. But I don't know. Is anybody gonna come in? Pete says, I just want to see how PP is going to talk about 70 AD. It's all he talks about, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll wait a couple minutes, and if not, and when no one comes in, we'll land the plane.
Okay. So, you never did weigh in, and you probably don't have like a full, like you said, you're not dogmatic on anything, but do you see as like the idea of Satan having a kingdom before our kingdom was created as a viable argument?
Well, I have no problem with Satan having a kingdom, but the issue is if he fell in 1-2 or at some unspoken time. But if he fell on day 6 or after day 6, then I do have a problem. He had the kingdom for a day, well, he would still have the kingdom, but he fell from that position after man was created, in that view.
So we never did get into like I halfway remember Andy Wood's view, and I remember even talking to you and telling you I don't agree with what he's saying about Satan. I remember having a big problem with it, but I can't fully remember what it is. and why I had such a big problem. But it was definitely when I was reading the Kingdom book, he went into Satan and Satan's fall. And I was just like, I just don't agree with that. Do you remember what it is?
No, it's when he fell. Did he fall after mankind was created or before?
Well, he gave more details about it. He like kind of gave like a backstory in the Kingdom book um and talked about it more. I'm trying to get to the book. I can't remember I think I have it in my Google Drive.
Good one, Christian King. The trolls are taking snapshots of this right now. Yeah. Well, it might be in the coming kingdom. I think he just makes that assertion about the fall of Satan. Like I said, it goes back to Renault Showers, but I don't know when Satan fell. I just know he did.
Yeah.
And the
You made a
best thing
really
to
good
do,
point, like he fell, he could have, he can very well fall more than once.
yeah. But it was interesting. Around 2005, I was reading the Quran, and I was reading about how the Quran depicts the fall of Satan, and because it says, "Get thee down, all of you." So Iblis, the jinn in their view, because they don't believe he's an angel, Iblis was told to get down, and it says all of you, meaning Adam and Eve as well. So in their view, they Iblis, Adam, because the Quran says that Iblis was supposed to bow down to Adam, and he wouldn't bow down to Adam. And so that's how they depict it. And then I've read Paradise Lost before. I think was British literature and stuff. But have you read Paradise Lost?
I have not. I've heard about it.
All right, so let's do this.
And it's like satanic, isn't it? It's like in its
no, not necessarily. I mean, there's some statements in there that they use in The Devil's Advocate and what is it better? John Milton, Paradise Lost summary. There's Paradise Lost. There's Paradise Regained. No, it's a depiction, and it's very similar to how Dillo begins his book. So John Milton's Paradise Lost is an epic poem that retells the biblical story of Adam and Eve's fall from grace in the Garden of Eden, focusing heavily on the character Satan as he plots to corrupt humanity by tempting Eve to eat from the forbidden tree, ultimately leading to their expulsion from paradise. The poem explores themes of free will, good versus evil, and consequences of disobedience against God. Satan, the fallen angel, central conflict. Satan, the fallen angel, rebels against God and seeks revenge by tempting Adam and Eve to disobey God's man, thus bringing sin into the world. The perspective. The poem often narrates events from Satan's point of view, presenting a complex and sometimes sympathetic portrayal of the devil. Structure. It's divided into 12 books. The poem begins with Satan's rebellion in hell and progresses to his journey to earth, where he deceives Eve in the garden. Themes, the nature, good and evil, and so on. But here, let's do this. Is John... Oh, here, let's not ask it a question. John Milton, Paradise Lost, satanic. Satanic reason in Paradise Lost. So yeah, you could evaluate it from that. Is it sympathy for the devil? Is that an album? What is it? Who wrote that? Sympathy for the devil. Was it Pantera? I don't remember. It's metal something. Sympathy for the devil. Role of Satan and John Milton. So yeah, you can evaluate it. But another one that I've read before, it's fiction, is Anne Rice's Mimnock the Devil, and it kind of does the same thing, but it really gets really satanic.
So that's
from
the,
that
the
perspective.
Paradise Lost is where the kind of like modern day doctrine of like what the majority of people believe like in the Western world about hell is like and came from, right?
Well, that's it. Kind of does the Dante's Inferno stuff in some
Yeah,
places,
Dante's Infernos. Yeah.
but Dante's Inferno, um, but Mimnock the Devil, it's like that. But there's also Paradise Regained. I haven't read that one. If I don't think, but I think Milton wrote that too. Yeah. So let's see.
I did find the
Here,
information of what he after you're done, I found the what Andy Wood says about Satan.
okay, 1 second.
Okay.
So this is Paradise Regained. Jesus is baptized by John. Satan, seeing this, caused a meeting of demons to plot against him, confident he could fool Christ as he fooled Adam. Meanwhile, God tells the angels Satan is overconfident and they sing God's praise. Jesus enters. So then you got. So it's going. It's telling things from the perspective of Satan. Okay. But other books have done this. Screwtape's Letters, C.S.
Yes.
Lewis. Another one, oh, I don't remember the name of the book, but it was a series. I read it like in 2000. Christian book told from angels' perspective. It's not the Frank Peretti. Uh, Pierce in the Darkness and This Present Darkness. It was an angel's perspective on biblical history. No, not This Present Darkness. It gave the birth accounts, and it was as if the angels were watching, sort of like a Cities of Angels thing.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's been done in literature before. Can you obsess over it? Can you get over focused on it? Yeah, you can. I mean, but it's just people's attempt to try to fill in the blanks of what the Bible is, saying. Yes, it wasn't Frank Peretti. It was somebody else. The one I'm thinking about with the angel stories. But
Okay. Let me share my screen and I'll show you the kingdom.
All right. There's your screen. This is the Handmaid's Conspiracy.
Oh, nope. That's not what we want. We wanted Kindle. No, we don't want Kindle. We want Google.
Oh,
okay,
Google.
So hold on. No, there we go. Okay, so this is the kingdom. All right. So Wood says that it should be noted that Adam and Eve were given authority over the physical realm. Here, God arranges for humanity's first couple to govern God's creation on God's behalf. Vesting Adam with such authority is seen in the significance of allowing him to name the various animals God brought to him. In Scripture, the privilege of naming something typically communicates the asserted authority of the one doing the naming over the named item or the item named. Okay, so then it goes on to say that the technical term for this hierarchy where God rules over a man who is in turn governs creation on God's behalf is the office of theocratic administrator. This term simply refers to someone who governs for God. In other words, God ruled the world indirectly through the first Adam. So then he goes into Satan. However, Satan soon took the form of a serpent with the specific goal of perverting and reversing this divinely ordained hierarchy. Instead of governing the physical world for God, Adam and Eve were influenced by creation, the serpent, to rebel against God. Such rebellion represented a top to bottom reversal of God's original intentions for the office of theocratic administrator. Adam, who was supposed to be the spiritual leader of his marriage, blamed Eve for the sin. Similarly, Eve, who was supposed to be governing the animal kingdom for God, blames the serpent for the rebellion. Satan's success in enticing this rebellion effectively removed the office of theocratic administrator from the earth, as Satan at that point became the ruler of the world. Well, that is an explanation, but I don't think it's a very good one. Because do you think that, I mean, you have, number one, you have to be anointed to be king, you have to be given that right by God. Do you think God's just going to sit back and let Satan steal something like that? I don't think so. So that's why I don't like this view. I don't think that God would ever just let somebody sit back and steal it.
All right, so let me yeah, and there's been some of us that have wrestled with this. Okay, let me share my screen. And have you listened to Dane lately?
I haven't.
Okay. We're gonna look at something he wrote.
Tell me how to get to Dane's, like his ministry.
E. Dane Rogers. Or
D-A-N-E?
Or yeah. E-D-A-N-E Rogers. You can go that way. You could go to Spokane Bible Church. No, not Spokane. Oh my gosh. Tacoma. Tacoma Bible Church. I think it's .com. I think it's E. Dane Rogers.
Yeah, I'm not finding it.
E. Dane Rogers. Here, it's right here. Just edanerogers.com.
Okay, E. Dane Rogers. Okay, got it. Okay, I just wanted to bookmark it so I could refer back to it. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, there's his YouTube. He's also on but see the Davidic Covenant, the Messianic Kingdom, his YouTube stuff, the different biblical studies, the books that he sells. And I'm going to bring up one of the things that he did. What book is it? It's one with Paul Miles, I think. The current issues in sociology? No, that's not it. Maybe I type in his name. Dane? No. Give me a second. I got a recent one. Here it is. Grace and Truth. Theological Essays. What? Why did it go out? All right. So look here. They just released volume 2, I think, or I'm supposed to have mine coming in the mail, but it hadn't. So Theological Essays, Education of the Saints. So this is underneath True Grace Books. So this is where they're getting away from using the free grace term. But he has an article called Dominion. You remember when I was writing my paper for Kingdom and Covenants?
Yeah.
This originally started as Dane's paper for Kingdom and Covenants, but after several years, paper presentations and all of that, this became his version. And, it got good enough for publication. But he does something about the fall of Satan that, watch what I thought it was interesting how he put it. He's talking about the type of the kingdom there. Failure to administer God's will. Here's what he did. And you may disagree with this, but let's just see. Satan came to Eve in the form of a serpent, taking the physical form of a creature, which Eve was responsible to subjugate to God's will, and deceived her into eating the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Adam, who was responsible for Eve, chose to eat with her. but initially succumbed to rebellion against God. Adam broke his dependence on God's will and submitted himself to the will of Satan. In so doing, he both disobeyed God's specific instructions not to eat from the forbidden tree and failed to rule over creation. Having chosen to submit himself, right? So now he's quoting Andy Woods, but watch what he says. Satan became the de facto ruler of creation, not by receiving the right to rule. That's the anointing thing you were talking about, but by conquering the will of those to whom rulership belonged. So he enslaved them. He rules the earth because he rules the hearts of sinful and unregenerate mankind. Elliot Johnson explains, man's delegated right to rule on earth as stewards was lost to the serpent. The serpent now ruled Adam and the woman in their disobedience. While the image of God as a person remained, their self-awareness radically changed. They no longer saw themselves as stewards of God, but rather as enemies of God. And as enemies, their determination was to be like God themselves. Mankind had become alienated from God. Their minds were darkened and their wills driven by the serpent's lie. And so this is talking about what Schaeffer says about Satan. Let's see. Satan sought to establish his own will over God's mediatorial kingdom. Being unable to create, he could only hope to corrupt. He had to subject man's will to his own, as he had been designed to reflect God's will on earth. This he did, and as he ruled over man's hearts, he ruled over the domain and became like a god to this world. But Satan has never been fooled into considering the domain of man's heart to be the kingdom which he seeks. That would only come in a literal physical kingdom on earth. So in other words, Satan wants a literal physical kingdom on earth. Nevertheless, he has convinced many Bible students to accept Jesus' non-physical rule over the hearts of man as fulfillment of God's kingdom program. Satan does not envy our position as God mediators between creation and creator. He envies God the creator. In this corrupt logic, if he usurps the kingdom through the mediators, he will take the place of God. Satan is not content to rule in the hearts of men as he does today. Satan will, in the end, attempt to put his own man on the throne of this cosmos world system so that through his satanic mediatorial king, he might play God over the earth. His high position in God's creation as God's anointed cherub on his holy mountain has deluded him as to his own power. Your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. So it goes into that and everything. Let's see if there's anything else to mention.
So
well, I thought it was.
Yes, that's actually a pretty good explanation. But does he explain to why God calls him multiple times the ruler of this world? He doesn't say he's like the ruler of this world or he rules in man's hearts, but he actually says that he does rule, like he is the ruler, the God of this world.
Yeah, and my issue is, I think that well, let me ask you this question: why was Satan in the garden in the first place?
Okay, so if Satan did have a kingdom and it was Earth, his domain was to rule, as theocratic administrator of the earth, and then his sin was to create. He tried creating himself and then fell because of his pride. He wanted to be like God. Okay, so his abode was never either. Number one, his abode was never like fully heaven in the third heaven that we think about. He's always had access to God's throne, but he's kind of like ruled from here, like this was his domain, or he was ruling this domain but not living here and then fell. But either way, he fell. Okay, and because he fell and he didn't have an abode anymore in heaven, where else would he be besides where he was supposed to be, was here.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think he's always been the God of this world.
I think so too.
But the difference is he perverted things. You know, he was stripped of certain things, and things have been altered. But uh, I think that he has. But the thing is that you won't feel that rule until he gets a man to rule in his place as the Antichrist. He wants to possess that man. You know, some people take the possession view of that idea, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I know, and that's one of the things I debate. But another thing is 2 Corinthians 4:4 may not be describing Satan at all. It could be referring to God.
For what? What's 2 Corinthians 4:4 again?
The God of this world,
Oh,
the God of this age.
what? There's no
Yeah,
way it could be God.
yeah. There is a debate. Here, I'll show you.
Yeah.
2 Corinthians 4:4. Who is the God of this
And
world?
it's so much. It's a much better storyline too to say that he was the ruler. God created a new ruler. It's instant jealousy. I mean, but you know, if you go the other route, that when God created the heavens and the earth, and they were created on the first day or whatever before the foundations were laid, so that they could rejoice when the foundations were laid, then he only had 6 days to like fall and turn from this beautiful, impeccable, perfect being and to what he became. You know, I think that that's too short of a time period for a beautifully divine creature to immediately like turn and fall. And why would they be so jealous anyways? And why wouldn't God give them some special task too, or special rulership? Why would he create and set up a scenario for jealousy between two of his sons and say, oh, here, you can rule, but my other divine beings, you're not allowed to rule, you know, or something like that? It's just, I don't know. I think about all that stuff, that kind of stuff runs through my head when I think about the view, you know, of him being created in Genesis like 1, 3, or 4.
Give me a second. I gotta remember where I gotta find this resource. It's in scholarship already, but I was trying to find something more popular. Yeah, let me just bring up a commentary on 2 Corinthians 4:4. It might be a Heiser thing that talks about. What am I doing? This ain't even. What did y'all do? That's supposed to be the search thing. Why is it going there?
Are you in Logos?
Yeah, I'm in Logos, and they changed everything.
I
so
know. I can barely navigate now. I couldn't even navigate before. Now I'm like way worse.
Yeah. So okay, dashboard. All right. So let me go. 2 Corinthians. I got it now. I was not thinking right. All right. So electronic commentary. Let's see. I can use the AI in Logos, but
Yeah, 'cause
this is
new, isn't
more of a great commentary, but let's just see what Kostenberger says here. When I was in my King James debate, I was studying this.
Oh, there's also the Nakash too, and Nakash as in like it doesn't mean just serpent; it means like more
shining. Yeah, the
Yeah.
shining. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, so let's see. Let me find another one. Daryl Bach. This is kind of recent. Why did you bring? It says 2 Corinthians 4:4, and I'm in Ephesians. What's up with that? All right. The God of this age refers to Satan, who is permitted to, let's see, did you go into the other possibilities? Oh, he doesn't.
Oh, you think
okay.
you think Constable would, because he usually does go into all the different.
Yeah, I wanted to get something more technical, but yeah,
Okay.
we'll check him in a second.
Okay.
Why is it going to these weird passages?
I don't know. Do you not have it? Is it not linked anymore? You don't have it linked anymore, right? That's probably why.
It's not even bringing up all the commentaries for second. That's the First Corinthians. Okay. Talmud and Midrash. Okay, let's go with Constable for now. Let's see if he interacted with it. He's just going to jump into Satan. Here, the God of this world, literary age, is not God the Father, but Satan. He is the one who's world. Okay, so he knows that the view's out there, but he didn't mention it. Okay, so let's use our AI. The God of this world is not Satan.
I like how he translated. He said it was supposed to be age because it's Ionius or Ion.
Yeah. Right.
He said it's supposed to be age.
So right now, let's see. Come on.
Do you have to go to books? Because it's under all right now, or what do you want it under?
Well, yeah, well, you could.
Oh, it just says so you don't have anything.
Yeah, all right. So let's see if this helps. It's still not doing it. Let me go to precise. Somebody in the chat know this answer? The argument is that God of this world is referring to God, and he's the one that brought about the blinding. Who is here? Let's do this. Who is the?
Well, what's the word for God? Did they use what word did they use for God?
It's theos, but so it could be. We'll try God questions, but I don't think they'll interact with it. Yeah. Kirk Cameron, Satan is the God of this world. Who's the God of this world? I can't believe it.
What is it? Two core what?
Huh?
What is it? Two core what?
Two core. Well, I don't know what you're saying.
2 Corinthians. It's the verses.
Oh, 2 Corinthians 4:4.
4:4. 2 core 4:4.
Let's see. Well, yeah, that's the typical view is Satan, but there's another view. It's already out there, and I just don't know where the source is. I can't remember right now.
I know. I'm trying to find it too. I'm even Googling it, like who believes that God is the God of this world, and I still can't find anything.
Okay, we'll probably get something on this biblical hermeneutics. So let's see. This is usually pretty good. People go back and forth. All right, so let's see. It's all depart for God's world. If inquiries of Paul did not use the word cosmos there, but rather is referring to God of this ion of time, irrelevant. If Satan is viewed here, that would imply God that blinds Satan and the true God that illuminates. Um, uh, come on. Here it is. Dark. In Greek, theos is divine nature form, does not denote the seat of supreme authority. Theos is now considered to refer to seat of authority, evil, this age.
I found
Or
a
yellow.
paper that he goes over all the different views of, like, with all the church fathers and stuff, and who believed what. So for example, his first part of his paper says early patristic views and rationale, and the first one is like Yahweh blinds, not God of this age. That's Irenaeus and Augustine.
What's the name of the paper?
Okay, the name of the paper is 2 Corinthians 4:4, a case for Yahweh as the God of this age.
That's it. You found it. How'd you find it so fast?
I don't know. I Googled it and I started clicking on stuff and I saw it. Donald E.
Yeah.
Hartley, PhD.
Yeah, that's it. But it was already trickled down to a more popular level, but I got this one too. So let's just go to his conclusion. Let's see. Paul advances the notion that Yahweh is the cause behind the lack of success in his own ministry. Okay. The devil, Satan views unrelated to and finds scant support within the tradition. All right. So is he mainly arguing for off of there? The coherence of the Yahweh view. Yahweh is the God of this age in at least two respects. He is the creator of an efficient cause behind all ages. Contextually, he seems to stress Yahweh's power of preterition in leaving those who are congenitally, not judicially hard, deaf, and blind to their unhappy state, thereby perpetuating the evil in the evil age. Blinding is deprivational, not transformational. Yeah, I think this is it. There's more stuff out there, but I think this is the scholarly paper behind it that I came across. Let's see. Modern arguments for the devil as the God of this age. He refutes that. So here's the summary of that. Many conclude the devil, Satan, is God of this age. Bruce argues this is a reference to Satan, called elsewhere the ruler archon of this world. Because he dominates the present age, therefore the present evil age, or the epoch of Belial and Qumran text. Barrett says Hatheas tu, Ionias tutu, is a bold expression for the devil. All right, so he's just summarizing. Bruce. However, other scholars express reticence about this conclusion. Thrall thinks the pejorative connotation of this age argues strongly for Satan. Bellevue adds arguments against the view the devil is the god of this age. Hatheos never refers to devil Satan. That's his assumption. That's what he's saying. The only expression is not equivalent with Paul. The allusion Isaiah 6.
What's Yohanian?
Background.
What's Yohanian?
John's writings. Yohanan.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Background of fattening or hardening. Isaiah. Exegetical analysis. Isaiah 6. Yeah, this is yeah. I'm open to the possibility. It don't hurt me either way. But yeah, it's out there. It's a lot to evaluate, but we just got to think about what we say about a particular passage, how it affects other passages. So here's the panel discussion thing I was telling you about, where they're talking about Isaiah 14, the different views. You have Christopher Cone, George Gunn. There's Roxer. I think he was just like the moderator. I can't remember who he's presenting. Andy Woods, Dr. Fruitenbaum, and who's that right there? I think that's all of them, but maybe there might be another one. Let me just look. So this is the panel discussion. I thought they gave a presentation each. Okay, so Gunn gives his view. So yeah, so they differ. And if I remember right, Fruitenbaum had a particular view on this, and Andy Woods convinced him and he changed his view. I can't remember if this was the issue or not, but you can look into that.
Hold
That
on.
panel.
Yeah, I want to save that one. Hold on, I want to save this too. Done. And what is that on YouTube?
Yeah, panel discussion on Isaiah 14. If I remember right, they actually did more than a panel discussion. They did like a presentation of each one of the views. Have you read Footsteps of the Messiah yet?
That sounds very familiar.
That's the Fruitenbaum book.
No, I have not. I have not read Fruitenbaum yet.
Okay. All right, you want to put that one on your list.
It's only an hour long, so you would think that it would be longer, especially if they did their own views.
Yeah, I can't remember. They're different. Maybe it's in the angelology. He gives their different views.
Okay, I'm going to Duluth Bible Church, and then I'm going to Isaiah 14 and see if I can't find the rest of the video.
Angelology number 8. Let me try that one. Angelology 008. All right. Maybe they did a paper at one of the conferences. I think it was more than just that I will statement. But
so there's one that says 2020 Pastors Conference. Is that where you think it?
Yeah. What is that one?
There's a view full playlist. There's 16 videos. Let's see.
2020 Pastors Conference. Is it at the Schaefer's Conference?
Yeah, it says 2020 Pastors Conference by Duluth Bible Church.
Oh, it's Duluth. All right, yeah.
And that must have been the last thing that took place is the panel discussion. And that's all they have is just the panel discussion. So if there was more.
Yeah, Messianic prophecies. Let's see. Verbal aspect, accurate exegesis. Okay. They're supposed to I have access to the views. I can't remember where it is. Let me try one more time. Master Seminary. I don't know. But they talk about their different view there. But I know that they have differences. Like some of them take it as historical, others think it's talking about Satan. Some have a mixed view. I can't remember though. Josh, you should have told me you were backstage. Josh,
Hello?
you should tell me
Hello?
you're backstage. You know I'm forgetful at age. I said hello. I can hear you from calling right here, so we got you loud and clear.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh.
I put something in the side chat, but I wasn't sure if you and Ashley were maybe just doing some Millennium stuff, so I just waited patiently.
No, I can never see you. If I'm sharing my screen, I can never see you. You need to say it in the live chat.
Once I join the StreamYard, I can't chat in the YouTube.
Oh yeah, that
Oh.
is true. That is, unless you have like you take out your phone and you do it, or well, he's probably on his phone, aren't you?
I'm on my phone, so I would have to
Yeah.
open YouTube. But like I said, I thought you guys were just doing a show together, so I just waited patient. But I did put something in the side chat.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, right now, God of this world is Satan.
I'm just hanging out, Charles. I'll let you guys do your thing. I've just been listening.
Okay, cool. Well, I need to interact with the chat.
What did you think, Josh? Did you hear any of my presentation, or you just hear us talking afterward?
You know what? I joined like an hour ago, and I remember saying you say the phrase, "It's getting late," and it's been like 5 hours now. So.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Let's see here. We're gonna land in a minute.
Do you have any thoughts, Josh, though, while you're here? Like, I know you said you were just listening, but do you have anything that you'd like to say about what you think about Satan and when he was when he fell, basically?
You know, I was thinking about this the other day because you guys are familiar with the Genesis gap, the between verse 1 and verse 2, how God created and then everything was suddenly like void and without form.
Yeah, that's what my whole presentation was about, basically.
Oh, okay. So
yeah.
I guess the argument that I've heard is that between that period, Satan must have fell during that time. But I've heard another argument that Satan fell after creation started. So I'm more of a Genesis gap type guy. I'm not sure about you guys.
Yeah. So we're I'm basically not dogmatic. We were just exploring the views. It could definitely very well be, before in the gap. And it seems more likely to me that that's where it was, but I'm not going to be super dogmatic about it. Yeah.
I think the main reason I think most people bring up like kind of like contention against it is because if you support the idea of a Genesis gap, it can potentially add millions of billions or who knows however many years to the creation model. Like who knows how long that gap was. And that's what the evolutionists try to use like against the creation is to say, well, see right there, that gap.
You're absolutely right. Yes. And if you rewind this video and like kind of listen to it again, I go over all of that. And the very first thing is I say, like, I'm going to get into trouble doing this video with my creationist friends because they're going to basically come in and say that I'm supporting evolution and I'm totally not supporting evolution. And this is why I'm not supporting evolution and all of that. Yeah, I did go into that. And I also talked about, of like why they think that there's no death before the fall. And there's really good arguments on why it's just talking about humans in those verses, no death of humans, but there could very well have been death of animals. And it's possible, it's very possible that Satan had his very own kingdom before the creation of the earth. It actually was earth, and then Satan like tried to create his own beings, trying to be like God. The one of the most amazing attributes of God is creator, and trying to be like him and create different like animals, or if you would call them animals, but he created his own beasts, and that like caused the downfall of his kingdom. And basically God destroyed the earth and then renewed it and restored it and created us to take Satan's place, like, to take his rulership off of him and put us on the throne.
So I do know that there's another theory in regards to like the cherubim, and how I think the cherubims, they have like the face of a man, the face of a bear, a face of a bird, and I think the only like one like category of animal that's missing is like that reptilian slash reptile type creature. And I think I've heard something that like those would have been the types of creatures that would have came from Lucifer. I don't know necessarily that he would have created, but maybe like,
even messed with genetically, messed with God's creation that he created to put on this earth. The animals that he created, they were not in the image of him, didn't have the spirit of God in them or anything like that. Just created, animals, and then messed with that creation and genetically.
So would you think that like everyone is in heaven, Lucifer rebelled, God cast him out of heaven, he ended up here on earth, and then him and the third of the angels, they kind of just went wild and were like running a ruckus here on earth or something like that? Is that kind of like...
Possibly, but I see it more as as like Satan being theocratic administrator over the earth, so kind of like the king of this earth, ruling through God, basically, taking all of his orders from God. So he was the ruler of this world, and he had appointed angels. He was the highest of the high, so besides God, he was like second in line, second in command, kind of like Joseph. And that he, was ruling this kingdom with the other angels, and through his pride, like either corrupted the animals that God had already created, or tried to create his own animals, and then fell that way through pride and trying to be creator.
Do you think this happened before Adam?
Yes.
Because in the story of Job, right, the Satan or the devil, whatever he's referred to, he has to ask God for permission in order to be able to like go after Job. So it just kind of seems like at this point, although he may have like some kind of dominion or control, he's still under the authority of God. Do you think that's always been the case, or only after Adam?
So it's always been the case. He's always been under the authority of God. And then Adam and Eve were created in order to take his stead, to rule, to take the scepter, and quickly fell. And it just like Saul, he was, God wanted him off the throne, but it took a long time. So he anointed David, and David was anointed as king when he was like 15, 16, whatever it was, and he didn't ascend the throne for years and years after that. So it's kind of like the same scenario with us, that we're going to ascend the throne with Jesus. People think that he should be ruling now, but he's not. He's high priest. And it's kind of ties all back in that he's going to be going later. And once Jesus ascends the throne, that's when we ascend the throne and rule through him. But he never, we never actually got to rule. Like, we never took over rulership. So it's kind of like just stayed him. And he still does. It's not like he can do, even though he rebelled, it's not like he can do whatever he wants, especially to people who are gods, you know, like Job. But he could do, I would see him being able to do whatever he wanted with an unsaved person, because they're not, you know, he doesn't have to ask
Well,
permission from God.
see,
You think?
the problem, well, there's no problem with that. I agree with you. He could do whatever he wants with an unsafe person, but the truth is he most likely won't. Because see, as long as somebody is not worshiping God, then he has no issue with them.
You're right. Yeah, you are absolutely right about them. Not unless they want to serve him and they really, you know, like show interest in serving him.
That would be kind of like the world elite type stuff, like Beyonce or Jay-Z, you know, who probably have kind of made some kind of covenant with.
Oh, there's so many of them that say that I sold my soul to the devil. Yeah, you're right.
But no, it's always good to see you guys doing your thing. Ashley, you too. I know you love the kingdom and talking about that type of stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I'm out of gas.
Me too.
All right. Right now, I'm feeling drained. I guess that means I need to land the plane. I better go before I crash. I said I'm out of gas. I meant fuel for the, what do you call it, fuel that you put in your plane? Not diesel. Plane fuel? I don't know.
Jet fuel?
Charles, before you
Go
call
ahead.
it quits here, I'm planning with Praise to do dispensationalism stream. Would you be interested in participating, or?
They're so anti-dispensationalist because they think that it's usually tied to pre-trib that I don't know if that would be profitable.
Well,
I need to have more formal debates in that area so that they could see the credibility and the explanatory power of dispensationalism. I mean, I have a whole playlist of dispensationalism. Go ahead.
me and you are slightly different with the dispensationalism, but if we did do that, I'll most likely have something prepared ahead of time. So I mean, I can show it to you if it seems like you're interested, but also it would be more of a presentation about our position, our different dispensationalism positions. So praise wouldn't be like arguing or trying to refute you. They would just be listening. So because I asked Praise, like, do you want to engage like the points I bring up, or can I just make my case and then we address it later? So I think he's gonna let me just kind of make my case, which I think
Well,
will be
I would like to see you do a presentation on your view of dispensationalism. You know, just do it on Praise's channel, and we'll you know, I'll let you know from there.
Yeah, you can have Banana do a response to it.
That's a good idea. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. You do a presentation on Praise's channel, and then we'll have PB do a reaction to it, or Kurt, you know, whichever.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on, you guys. Ashley, God bless. Charles, God bless.
God
you
bless.
Talk
Sorry,
to you later.
Professor, we're landing the plane, man.
You're good,
No,
man. I'm
No,
happy to be here.
Look, Professor is coming in right now as we're landing the plane. So, God bless, guys. Check out more content, old stuff and new stuff.